Alright, hello everybody. Welcome to my first Final Fantasy Legend Trilogy run and my first solo charity stream. Gonna be doing runs of Final Fantasy Legends 1, 2, and 3 back to back. The no saw skill rule set for Legend 1, and then the glitchless no manipulation rule sets for Legends 2 and 3. Jamming out to the FFL1 Wonder Swan soundtrack here, which is a little bit different from the Game Boy. Oh, thanks for the donation, Argent. Anybody that donates $10 or more can name one of the characters for the run. Okay. Keep that in mind for Legend 3. I'd kind of prefer donations now to be for Legend 1 names, though, just because those are coming up sooner, but if you want to do Legend 3, that's fine, too. It's just not going to be for a couple hours. Alright, and with that out of the way, let us get this show started. Hey, Dinofire. So yeah, if anybody wants to name any of the other 3 starting characters, get those donations in sooner rather than later, because those are, well, the first 2 monsters and the mutant are named like almost immediately after starting. The female humans don't make it to the end of the game, but they're in for a decent chunk because I recruit them in the at the start of the second world, the world of Ocean, and then they stick around until after the third world, the world of Skies, and then they eventually get replaced in the world of Ruins. So yeah, they don't make it all the way to the creator, but they're in a solid chunk of the run. Oh, and also, a little fun twist too is that I'll personally be donating $10 at the end of the stream for every beat drop over the course of the 3 games. And if anybody wants to partially or fully match that, that'd be great too. Like $1 or 50 cents or some amount per meat drop. I'll be keeping track in the bottom of the timer. Mutants are OP, but not really in this run. The female mutants mainly just cannon fodder for the first mini boss, sadly. All right. I think I've blabbered on enough. I think it's go time. Character limit for names is 4 for this, both for this game and Legend 2, and then it's 6 for Legend 3. Okay, actually before I get started, let me just quick check what this the second longest running character is. I mean, I'd probably say either Monster 2 is around for a while, the female humans, and then Monsters 3 and 4 are probably the longest around characters besides the hero, because Monsters 5 and 6 are just used for the last, 10 minutes or so. Oh, thanks for the donation, Alex the Ordinary. Would you like to name any of the starting characters for Legend? Name whatever character you want, Saga. Alright. Hey, J.R. Leonic. Probably actually write some of these down, too. Alright, so the hero is going to be named Dan, for better and or worse. Do Saga for Monster 2. We'll do Lily for female human 1. And then do you want to name one of the FFL 1 characters, JR Leonic? Well, it's 10 after, so let us begin. Alright, so unlike a lot of other old school RPGs, you don't really start off trying to save the world or fight evil or anything in Final Fantasy Legend 1. We're more just going on an adventure to climb a mysterious tower in search of paradise, and we get a lot of control over our party build, which is kind of ahead of its time, I'd say, for a game this old, released in 1989. There's 3 playable races in this game, all of which play somewhat differently, all of which will be used at least briefly in the run too. We start out by picking a hero, and then after that we'll be building out the rest of our party. So with that, let us begin. Alright, so as soon as we get control, we fill out the rest of our party. So let's do, we'll do Joey for Monster 1. Let's see, Saga for Monster 2. And poor mutant female doesn't get a name, although she's not going to be around for too long. Exodonation Fears Gaming? There is a Wonder Swan remake for this game, and then there are DS remakes for Legend 2 and 3. Sadly, all 3 of those were never released outside Japan. Alright, so this is a pretty old game with with a pretty simplistic pseudo-random number generator. It's actually fairly easy to manipulate random elements. Like, you may have noticed that for that very first fight on the overworld, I tried to run away, failed, and then fought it, and that's all part of manipulation. If all goes well for about the first 15 minutes or so of this run, which should take about an hour 5 or so, or longer, depending, probably because of renames. If everything goes well, all of the battles should be fully manipulated as far as what the monsters do and like who they attack and stuff like that. Should probably back up a little too. So our goal is to climb a mysterious tower that's rumored to lead to paradise, but we very quickly run into a problem in that the front door to the tower is locked. It was locked by a fiend named Genbu. We used a sphere to seal the door, so we need to go track down that sphere. And then right here we're getting our first payoff for the RNG manipulation. And that we get a fairly rare encounter here with a Red Bull. That's guaranteed to drop meat, which I will add to the meat counter. Again, I'll be donating $10 per meat drop at the end of the stream. Yes, this game did come out several years before the Red Bull energy drink took off. There's a modern collection of these games on the Nintendo Switch and on Steam that they sadly renamed the Red Bull to Red Horn. That meat we don't want because it's too high in calcium. So in order to find that the black sphere that'll let us into the tower, we need to the sphere is sealed inside a statue of a hero, and we need to find the hero's armor, shield, and sword. And then those three relics are held by kind of three rival kings. The king who has the sword doesn't really want to give it up willingly, so for the mere price of an active regicide, that sword is ours. Alright, I'm now past probably the scariest part of the whole run, which is sneaking past the guards in the Sword King's castle. Even though the fights are fully manipulated at this point, the NPC movements use a different random number generator value, and which is not as easy to manipulate. And if I got caught by one of those guards, I could try to keep going, but I would really just rather just start over because of how early in the game it is. Alright, so the fights I was taking on my way to the Sword King's castle were part of manipulating getting that meat drop that evolved my one of my monsters into an Oni, which is a type of goblin. Hey, thanks for the donation, Monocle. Appreciate it. Anybody that donates $10 or more can name one of the characters, which there's a list in my paste bin FAQ. At this point, I would prefer the donations to go towards naming characters in this run, just because there's quite a few, but if you have your heart set on a Legend 2 or 3 character, that's fine too. Alright, so next order of business is to get the armor for the statue. And if we actually went to talk to the king that has the armor, he'd, instead of fighting us for it, he'd actually say he'll give it to us if, in exchange for taking down a tribe of bandits that's threatening his fiance's hometown. And fortunately, we don't actually have to go talk to the king to find out that quest. We can just head straight for the bandit cave and do it. Hey, Anna, thanks a lot. Thanks for the raid, too. Welcome in, everybody. Cube's a good name for the robot. I like that. So, I guess I was off a little bit. We evolved our first albatross into a slime, which is a monster type we'll be seeing a lot of, just because slimes can heal themselves based on the amount of damage they do. And then we evolved our second monster into an Oni, which is a type of goblin. Hey, thanks for the donation, Dinofire. So now that we've taken down the bandit leader, we can just head to the Armor King's castle to pick up our reward. And all of these encounters I'm getting are scripted at this point. Like, I know how many attempts it's going to take for me to run away and that it's safe. No, you cannot fight King Shield. The only one you can fight is the one you have to, which is King's Sword. If you went to visit King's Shield early, he'd just tell you to go away, pretty much. I think you have to get the other two. Ooh, that's a nice pick too. Alright, so Arbor in hand, now we're gonna go ahead for the Shield King. Quickly learn that there's drama afoot in the Shield Kingdom. That's that the Shield King has actually been murdered by his steward, or I like to view more as a Chancellor, just because Chancellors are always evil in JRPGs. And we find out that the steward is actually 3 different monsters in an oversized trench coat. Oh, very cool, J-Trigger. Some skeleton meat that we don't want because it's too high in calcium. Oops. All these meat drops at this point are also scripted too. We got a few that I don't actually need. But the Chancellor doesn't really get too far, and is also a big wimp. I don't even need to use the Oni's stronger attack. Thanks for the donation, UF. Alright, so we stay at the inn here to recover our health, but more importantly, our monster skill usages. Alright, and then Genbu, the fiend that locked the tower, isn't too happy that we recovered the key sphere and tries to put a stop to us. This is where having the slime is nice too, just because the slime can still hurt Genbu even when he's blocking with his shell. Pay attention during this fight if Dan gets hit twice, which he didn't. Once in a while, Dan the manipulation works a little differently on this boss fight. Don't think it's over. Spoilers, it's not over. All right, we're all good here. This is no Saw Remiel Gaming. It's currently the only way I know how to run this game. This run will be no Saw, and then Legends 2 and 3 will be glitchless, no manipulation. As far as what the Saw is, by the way, it's short for Chainsaw, and it's a bugged ability that you can use to one-shot any enemy in the game, up to and including the final boss. Alright, Remiel it is. And that wolf there took a bite out of Saga, and that's all manipulated too. Because at this point, I always like to start talking about how this game has a permadeath style system where when you have characters die, that's a fairly big deal. Like, items to revive them aren't very plentiful, and there's also a limit on how many times you can revive dead characters before they're just dead permanently, which is 3 through normal means. And the way the game kind of counterbalances that to not make the game kind of easily make it so that you can easily make the game incompletable is that in towns you visit throughout the game, there are adventurers guilds where you can recruit new characters. And then the power level of those characters is is tied to kind of your progression within the game. So, but you can only replace characters that are dead. You can't just you can't replace living characters. So getting the female mutant and the Oni killed off was all scripted so that I can replace them with stronger friends in the next town. That's a horrifying fight, but I do know it's safe to keep trying to run, thanks to the manipulation. We're not going to be manipulating for too much longer, too. There's going to be coming a point in the near future where I'm going to have to abandon the manipulation and start doing some different strategies. Alright, so this is where we're going to say goodbye to the Oni. We're going to replace that with Lily. Lily's nameless friend. Humans this game are good with weapons, and then female humans have higher starting agility than males and have better chances to go first in battle, which is why we pick them. So we pick up a battle sword, which is a it's a weapon, but for our purposes, it's a quest item. Sell the loose weapons we don't need anymore, and pick up a couple stacks of X potions. Right, yeah, exactly. After a couple more caves I'm going to be going through, I'll be hitting a point where I'll just keeping going with the RNG string that I'm on. I'll eventually hit a fight that I'd have multiple characters die, no matter what I do before I can run away. And the monsters are also kind of too strong for me to actually fight at this point too. Did a party swap too, just because this is for the kind of these last fights that are manipulated. I want to set it up so that the slime takes most of the damage, because the slime's the only character that can that has enough HP and defense to survive here. Hey Paul, thanks for the donation. Hope you and Emily are doing well. Alright, so that's the last fight that was manipulated. Glad I didn't have to reset it all to fix the manipulation. Yeah, thanks Paul, thanks for the donation too. Alright, so then, if we'd have tried to keep climbing the tower, by the way, we would have eventually run into a locked door similar to the front door to the tower. This one's sealed by magic of blue, and then kind of our next order of business is to go into this more expansive world called the World of Ocean. Try to find a sphere to unseal that. Alright, and with that, we are now done with the RNG manipulation, because that fight I just got into right there was a 3-pack of aquatic werewolves that I could not either kill or run away from before they killed multiple characters. So for the rest of the run, I'm going to be using pretty different strategies for the walking segments. I'm going to be making very, very heavy use of the in-game save system, just because this is a game for the original Game Boy. It was made for you to be able to play anywhere for short bursts. And it works out to be just a lot faster and more consistent overall to just save scum, to avoid taking damage and risking having characters die and have to deal with the permadeath system. I'm going to be safety saving generally about every 6 to 8 steps or so, just because of how fast saving in this game is. There are little bits here and there of step routing I'll be trying to take advantage of too, just because there is actually a repeating pattern as far as the number of steps until the next encounter. Every time I soft reset, my entry point into that pattern is effectively random. But if I get multiple successful fleas in a row, I can sometimes recognize where in the pattern I'm at. Like what I'm specifically looking for is getting a fight, a safe step, and then another fight, and then fleeing from both. Because if that happens, then I know that I've got like 60, 70 steps or so after that before the next encounter, so then I can kind of chill on the save scumming for a while. Thanks for the donation, Saber Rider. You want to name one of the upcoming characters? Just let me know. Oh, thank you, appreciate it. And there's a list of nameable characters in my FAQ paste bin. I'd prefer for donations at this point to go towards naming characters in this game, just because there's still a number yet to come. But if you have your heart set on a Legend 2 or 3 character, that's fine too. Oh, thanks for the donation, Eric Clouder. I did a cool little skip by the way there too, where ordinarily when you touch those octopuses there, you get forced into an unrunnable fight. But every time the game loads a map, either because of you just coming in through the entrance, coming out of a fight, or loading a save, all NPCs that are in the map go back to where they start to their starting points. So I took advantage of that because the octopus moved to the right, so I got on the same tile as it was, and then did a soft reset. Again, that's how I'm getting out of fights that I fail to run from, is holding down AB, start, and select to soft reset, and that forced the octopus back to where it started, and then I could just walk away from it without having to go around the building it's in to get the key I need to get to the top floor. Yeah, no problem, Saber Rider. Appreciate the donation. So yeah, if we'd have talked to more NPCs to get clues and stuff, we'd have kind of learned that kind of like the first world had a fiend named Genbu. This world is a fiend named Seiryu, who has an underwater castle. Seiryu has the sphere that we need to keep climbing the tower. These interior rooms, by the way, have a higher encounter rate than elsewhere too, which is why I'm safety saving a little more often. Grab some grenades here. I just love how kind of deliciously wacky this game is. You've got like fire-breathing dragons, X-Men style mutants with psychic powers, and then just regular people that can throw grenades and bazookas and stuff, all in the same battle party. So when I equipped the grenades, I also threw the air seed, which was the item I needed to come underwater onto the same character just to get it out of my inventory, because you're limited on how many loose items you can hold at once. So since I don't technically need the air seed to stay underwater, just to get underwater, I'm just effectively getting rid of it there. Now, the fiends in this game are actually based on Chinese mythology, a set of constellations called the Four Symbols. So they don't really have elements like the fiends in like Final Fantasy 1. Yeah, it's Genbu, the Black Tortoise, Seiryu, the Azure Dragon, and Byakko, the White Tiger, and Suzaku, the Crimson Phoenix. Alright, so we run into Seiryu's Inner Sanctum, and like a hint we'd have gotten somewhere else is to look where the lines cross, and basically we just need to... The correct sphere is where the two lines in the previous room cross. If we try to take the wrong sphere, we just get a different fight instead of Seiryu. Thanks for the donation, Nemesis. Just hoping nobody dies here, which is pretty common, because Sarah sometimes doesn't really do much. And I'm also hoping for the meat drop. It's not guaranteed here, but I need it. It's very poor luck to not get the meat drop from Serayu. It's very sad when it happens, too. Because this is not a short fight by this game's standards. Just from doing a lot of runs, it kind of feels to me like the odds of getting the Serayu meat drop is like 7 out of 8 or something. Oh, there are elements. Okay, thanks for the information. I'd like to see the slime taking damage because it heals itself from its melt attack. Okay. That's never happened before. I've literally, all the runs of this game I've done, I don't think I've ever actually not gotten the Serayu meat drop twice in a row. Very poor luck. Hey, Sid, thanks for luck. Dan getting paralyzed is a non-issue, because Dan is not really too effective here. I do hope it wears off, because I don't know if... Because Dan needs to eat the Serayu meat, but I don't know if he can do that if he's paralyzed. I know you can't eat, paralyzed characters can't eat meat in Legend 2. I don't know about this game. Alright, well, does it work? Alright, good. Alright, today I learned you can eat meat while paralyzed in Final Fantasy Legend 1. Actually, I don't... Thanks for donation, Little Snuffles. Alright, so we bopped the blue fiend and then got a red orb, and unfortunately that's not really what we're looking for here. We need a blue orb in order to unseal the door to the next floor of the tower. So we have a little side quest we need to go on in order to actually get the correct orb here. Go to this benevolent dragon in disguise named Ryu-O's seaside villa here. This is what I need, that battle sword that I bought back at the first town here. Hey Tyro, come in. So basically Ryu-O gives us the other half of the blue sphere. I'm just saving and resetting a couple times here to speed this part up, because otherwise I'd have to leave and come back in order to progress Ryu-O to the next dialogue. Alright, so now we are done with the World of Oceans and heading back to the tower. And here's this is the first time we're interacting with the mysterious Top Hat man who shows up all throughout the game. Like, we could have talked to him at the base town at the start of the tower where we started, but we need to talk to him at least once inside the tower in order to actually make the game completable. If I make it through the entire game without ever actually talking to him, then I'll get soft locked near the end. Not really permanently, but it would be very slow to try to fix it. So I just talked to him there to get the hint that to the puzzle I've already solved. Yeah. I'll explain that more when I get to the point where I would soft lock if I never talk to him. But just kind of the short version is that, at least the way I understand it, is that I mean, when you talk to the top hat man in the tower, he disappears after you like leave and come back to that area, and then so there's some kind of variable in the like in the game's memory that's tracking where he is and where and isn't, and never interacting with that causes like an over underflow or just or a conflict of some kind that the game designers didn't expect. For as old as this game is, too, it's not really that glitchy. Like in the U.S. version of the game, which is what I'm playing, kind of the closest thing you could at least call it like a beneficial glitch is the saw skill. The thing with the top hat man is definitely a glitch too, but it's a bad glitch. It's not too hard to sometimes get into these annoying loops where I just have to keep resetting because I keep failing to run. But again, this is a lot faster as a whole than actually getting characters and abilities and stuff to actually fight stuff. Their first sighting of what are called Shachihikos, which are part dragon and part carp. But my buddy Gyre would say 100% dolphin. Yeah, Raikou. I mean, this is not. If you're playing this game casually without like a guide or walkthrough or something, it's really really hard to figure out where to go and what to do without talking to people. I mean, that's pretty common for games of this era that the game doesn't really hold your hand much and just expects you to talk to NPCs to get clues on what to do. And a lot of the best clues come from the top hat man. So we're gonna go equip Lily with some grenades here, and then the battle sword because I don't need it anymore. Yeah, and the blue key because I also don't need that anymore. And if we'd have talked to the top hat man outside here, we'd have gotten a hint that the way to get in with the fiend in this area, who knows where the sphere we need to unlock the next door in the tower is to join his guards. So we go beat up some mosquitoes there to prove our strength to join Byakko the tiger's guards. And kind of the backstory here is that there's this world is ruled with an iron fist by the fiend Byakko, and there's a resistance against Byakko, and then Charles, the resistance leader, was recently killed, and the resistance is now being led by Charles's daughters, Jean and Mireille. And Byakko tells us to go help his guards capture Jean, but instead we're gonna go rescue her. Somebody died, actually. Can't tolerate any deaths at this point. Oh, and then I also evolved Dan, my hero monster, into an imp who's got a nice fire breath attack that can hit groups of monsters. This fight I have to do to rescue Jean is actually arguably the most complicated fight in the game too, because it's the only fight that has that's guaranteed to have 3 different groups of monsters. I don't think any of the Legend 3 characters have been named yet. Again, I would prefer at this point for donations to go towards naming characters in this game, but if you really want to name a Legend 3 character, that's fine too. So I rescued Jean, but I don't actually have to talk to her to progress the story. Just gonna head straight back to Byaku's floating sky castle. Now we can have a nice little stroll here. There's no encounters in the castle just because Byaku and his goons still think we're working with them. So we're going to sneak in and try to rescue Mireille, the other resistance leader, who's already been captured. If I bonk into these guards, I don't have to fight them, but they talk to me, and they can also block the path, so there I just did a save and reload to respawn that guard and get him out of my way. Get the WIT key, short for white key. Health's doing. So then fight some more saber cats here to rescue Mireille. I do need to get a beat drop from this fight, and it's not guaranteed, so if I don't get the drop, I'll just have to re-roll the fight until I get it. Oh, got it. Use that to evolve my slime into a jelly, which is it's a stronger version of the same thing. I don't think I've missed any meat drops yet, but if I do, feel free to let me know. Yeah, I'm tracking them on my live split timer. It's nice that there's a option for custom counters. Alright, so then we found out that Mireille actually betrayed the resistance and joined up with Byaku and betrayed us. So we get thrown in jail and then very, very, very easily escape because prisons and JRPGs tend to be pretty poorly designed. That last screen has no encounters, this one does. This one doesn't. For both this fight and the previous one, I have my jelly use a skill called Bother, which is an agility debuff, which doesn't effectively do anything, but I don't want to waste melts, because I only have 10 of them before I would need to stay at an inn, and I want to save every one that I can for a forced fight coming up in the next world. Meat that we don't actually need. So we've busted out of prison. And we're ultimately heading for a shrine where the the white sphere that we're looking for supposedly is, but we can do a bit of an exploit there, where we go to Byaku's castle and then just leave, and then that moves the castle to right next door to the shrine. Now it's time to fight Byaku. If anyone wants to donate for naming the next two monsters, or has donated and didn't pick a character yet, they're coming up in a couple minutes or so. Roll this. BB attempt, I'd keep going there, but having both of the humans die kind of early in the fight would make it scares me a little bit, because the next forced fight after this, I might need a lot of belts from my jelly, and if there's no humans still alive to supplement that, then depending on how many monsters are in that fight, it might become unwinnable. See Byaku trying to use the sphere on us and it doing nothing, which has a little story significance. Yes, we'll be picking up 2 new monsters in totally not post-apocalyptic Tokyo. So with his last energy, Byaku destroys the white sphere, but then we find out that the sphere he had was a fake, and the real sphere is created by the tears of Jean and Mireille, just because Jean sacrifices herself to save Mireille from Byaku. Yeah, but the sad theme there called Heartful Tears actually gets reused in Legend 2 a few times. Kind of a neat thing about the Final Fantasy Legend games is that all 3 of them have different composers. A little bit here to see if... Because I actually want the 2 humans to get killed off before I get to the guild where I'm going to be replacing them. But yeah, the 3 games all have different composers. This game was done by the legendary Nobuo Uematsu of Final Fantasy fame. Legend 2 was Kenji Ito, who kind of went on to be the main composer for the Saga series. And then the 3rd one is Ryuji Sasai, who's best known for the Final Fantasy Mystic Quest soundtrack. Both of my humans are still alive. I moved them to the front of the party just to make them more likely to get targeted. One of the humans got killed there, so yeah, basically, I'd like to have at least one alive for the Adam Ants fight coming up. The reason why I'm resetting is just because I can save anywhere, and this game has both a perma-death system, and I'm also just not really equipped to fight regular encounters. Only really equipped for fighting bosses, as far as as far as the limited number of weapons and skill usages I have. So it works out to be a lot faster and more consistent to make heavy use of the in-game save system. This is a Game Boy game where you can save anywhere, and then I'm just saving every 6 to 8 steps, and if I fail to run from an encounter, I'll just soft reset and try it again. We'll be seeing a little bit of this in Final Fantasy Legend 3, but by and large, the other two games don't really have a lot of really heavy save scumming like this. It's just necessary for this game that because of the permadeath system that you either do a lot of manipulations or you do a lot of save scumming. There's kind of really a happy medium there. Donate? Alright, we can name, Spirit... Oh, actually, what am I doing? I, walked past the door to the next world as I was, distracted a little bit. I actually don't remember if numbers are a thing, but we'll find out very soon, just because, 2 towns from now is where I'll be, replacing the, 2 characters. Pretty unfortunate luck there, but yeah, the 4th world, the World of Ruins, not to be confused with the World of Ruin from Final Fantasy VI, is pretty blatantly post-apocalyptic Tokyo in the Japanese version, and the world was laid waste by the 4th fiend, Suzaku, and then the only random encounter on the overworld at this point is Suzaku, and it's actually the highest encounter rate in the game at 1 out of 4. This is the aforementioned Adamance fight. Is this the first Final Fantasy Legend game? Yes. It's also the first game in the Saga series. Went on to have games like Romancing Saga and Saga Frontier. The first 3 games were renamed to Final Fantasy and outside Japan in order to no, it is the first game. Like, the Japanese name is Makai Toshi Saga. Somewhat blanking on what, it's something like Demon Tower Adventures or something like that. Sort of blanking on what... I know the word tower factors into the Japanese name. Alright, so... Right now, my Jelly is the only person alive at this point, which is exactly according to plan. So then we basically went through that subway tunnel to hide out from Suzaku. We're heading into this town called Shibuya, which is based on a real location in Tokyo. We run into Sayaka, the girl we rescued from the Adamance earlier, and then find out that her brother Socho is the leader of a resistance against Suzaku. This resistance being kind of more of an Akira-style motorcycle gang. And we get our main quest here, which is to get some components to build a weapon called Erase 99, which will let us neutralize Suzaku's force field and fight him fair and square. Well, I've never played Final Fantasy XIV, but I think someone's told me that the 4 fiends from this game, which are based on Chinese mythology, show up in 14 as well. Chill and informative is what I go for in my streams. We're heading to this invisible town called Ikiba, yeah, which is based on Akihabara in Tokyo. Oh, the second expansion, gotcha. We got one of the items we need for Race 99, but before we leave, we also pop into that house there to pick up a revive item, which lets us revive a dead character. I'm going to be eventually using that to revive Dan. Just leaving Dan dead right now because he's kind of dead weight at this point. Stay at the end there to recover the Jelly's skill usages. And then we're going to pick up a Chimera. That doesn't look like we can do numbers here, so we'll do Dona, short for donate, I guess. Or actually, like that. That could also be arguably Dante too, but we'll roll with it. We pick up a Chimera and a Stoneman. Stoneman, we're eventually going to be evolving into a better form, and then the Chimera has a really, really nice attack skill called 3 Heads. Fortunately, when we're on the motorcycle that we got at the Resistance headquarters, the encounter rate with Suzaku goes down a fair bit than when we're on foot. And then also there's certain ruined building tiles, like starting right about here, where there's actually no encounters on those, so I'm trying to basically hit as many of those as possible on my way back to Shibuya. I'm just timing my safety saves for when I hit the corners. We could ride our motorcycle into the bar, but I find that it's pretty easy to kind of get stuck against NPCs there. We've got all the stuff we need, and we try to sneak out to go fight Suzaku without putting our friends in danger, but they very quickly catch us in pretty kind of cartoonish fashion there, with just they all appear out of thin air and we're trying to escape. We're heading through a tunnel here. I guess I take that back. We don't actually have everything we need for Race 99 yet. We're still missing some plutonium that we need for the 1.21 gigawatts. This sewer tunnel here, there's no encounters on the water, so I'm going over that. Hey, Quiz, yeah, we're probably about 20-ish minutes or so away from finding out the deep dart secret of the Top Hat Man at this point. Alright, then right here, this is kind of our last really big opportunity to lose time because of bad luck. This is our last meat drop that we need. That's where the odds of getting it first try aren't heavily in our favor. Well, we got it though. Nice. So then we use that to evolve the Stone Man that we just picked up into a pudding, which is actually the strongest form of the slime. Being careful not to go off the edge of the power plant here too, just because that kicks you back to the sewers if you fall off. Alright, so Socho catches up to us, and there's a force field blocking the way to the core of the power plant, but Socho decides to sacrifice himself to let us in. There's something guarding the plutonium, and that's our good buddy from Final Fantasy I, Warmech, or Machine, which is short for Death Machine, which is the Japanese name for Warmech. But he has a Warmech emote, let him play here. I like to view the Warmech fight as the turning point in the run, too, as far as when I kind of go from being about kind kind of about the strength that I should be in a normal playthrough to actually being significantly overpowered, because like Warmac has 1,000 HP, which is a lot by this game's standards, and I can kill it in 2 turns between the slimes and the Chimera. What's my favorite Final Fantasy game? That's in my FAQ, both in my Twitch bio and for the stream. That's a question that comes up pretty often. Oh yeah, oh hey, Nayar Luthrotepu. Yeah, I'm loosely familiar with some of the differences, like I know in the Japanese version, Makai Toshi Saga, this world I'm in right now is Tokyo, rather than just an unnamed ruined world. I also know that this tower I'm in right now is called Shinjuku Subway Station, which is based on a very large subway station in Tokyo. In this version, it's just called the Skyscraper. I really love the music here too. It's really making you feel like you're racing the clock. Because yeah, I guess story-wise, while we were at the power plant going for the plutonium, Suzaku raided Shibuya and killed most of the people there. Then took Sayaka to this skyscraper. Hey Kirby. Yeah, Quiz. I mean, with age, I've gained so much more respect for the people that made really, really good retro games. Just because they were not only they not only just made good products as far as like the music and sprite work and sound effects and stuff, but also did it within kind of severe limitations. Again, the soundtrack to this game was done by Nobuo Uematsu, who's best known as the main composer for the Final Fantasy series up through, I think Final Fantasy IX was the last one he did completely by himself. I do want to say this is the only Game Boy game that Uematsu did a full soundtrack for. Not 100% on that though. Yeah, the skyscraper Shinjuku subway station is a pretty trolly dungeon. Like, there's these dark rooms that I kind of like to imagine being like escalators in a subway terminal. And we're a couple floors away from the all-stairs floor. Every floor that's not a wall is a false staircase. Yeah, Quiz. Like the Legend 3 soundtrack was done by the same person that did the Mystic Quest soundtrack, and the more I play those games, the more I wish that Ryuji Sasai had done more soundtracks besides just those and Treasure of Rudra. Now there's quite a few old games where the random number generator is not really that random. There's even some newer games that are like that too. Like, I want to say when Final Fantasy X was first ported to PC, the RNG had some pretty major flaws and was not really that random at all. The way randomness works in this game is kind of neat in that there's actually different RNG, random number generators for different things in the game that are meant to be random. Like for random encounters, kind of what happens in random encounters, meat drops, NPC movements. I have not played any remakes of any of these games. If they ever got official English translations, I'd be pretty interested. Hint, hint, Square Enix. Yeah, 256 or 65, 535 are pretty common numbers in old games, because those are 1 or 2 bytes, respectively. So we're actually getting on the subway car now. That female mutant up there is actually another evil eye that if you wanted to, you could actually fight multiple times. Like an older route for this category, any percent no saw skill actually used to farm that that fight multiple times to get a full party of puddings, but in addition to being slower and less consistent, I mean, doing that route also means you don't have the Chimera for Warmech. Alright, so we track down Suzaku and use a race 99 to actually be able to fight him. And Suzaku is actually quite a bit less dangerous than Warmech as far as how much damage his attacks do. So for this I actually don't use Melt in my pudding. I use a different skill called Gas so that I can save my melts for the next boss. And just because of how kind of overpowered I am, at least for damage output to bosses, Suzaku goes down pretty consistently in 2 turns. And then after we rescue Sayaka, she gives us the red sphere, and then becomes the new Socho, because we kind of find out that Socho is a title rather than a name. So she becomes the new leader of her people. Little trick I'm doing, by the way, too, is using the spheres after I get them, and that saves a little bit of text you'd normally get when you unseal a door. If you use the sphere on the same screen as the door, then there's extra text. Alright, so if we've beaten the 4 fiends at this point, and if we'd been talking to more, because there's actually a lot of side areas in the tower that I'm skipping because they're all optional, where you can like find items and get cool bits of lore and stuff. And around this point, if we're kind of interacting with more of that, we'd learn that there's an archfiend that controls the 4 fiends that we've fought. An archfiend named Ashura. Yep, that irony has never been lost on me at all, Dianifire. Especially what the end of the credits in this game looks like. Love that slime face, by the way, in the monster sprite there. So we're going to keep climbing the tower, and I guess, yeah, it's around this point that we know that Ashura is guarding the door to Paradise, but there are some hints, by the way, too, that there is a force stronger than Ashura out there, too. Like, there's a floor where there's a bunch of books you can read, and like they all kind of progressively spell out the master of Ashura is, then the last one is blank. I like the version of that in the Japanese version better, where the books give you basically scores, like for a video game. They're like scores based on the number of floors in the tower, and then like the page that's blank is your score. Hey Anna, thanks for the donation. Tip there. Usually I'd skip talking to him there, but just to make 100% sure that I don't soft lock after Ashura, I was doing that there, even though I'm pretty sure that I talked to him after Sirayu's floor. Let's see, there's 2 more monsters in this game that I'll be recruiting after Ashura. I think every character in Legend 2 except for, I think it's the 2 humans in Legend 2 the monster and the robot have been named, and then I think all of the characters in Legend 3. Alright, we come face to Six Arms and face with Ashura, who offers to let us take the place of his 4 fiends, and we of course say no. Where I wanted to save as many melts as possible, just to make sure I have enough damage output to kill Ashura before running out. I do want to see Ashura kill both of the other characters, but since he didn't kill the Chimera, I'm gonna have to farm a fight to do that. So before heading, Paradise is there waiting for us, but I'm just gonna try to farm a fight here to get the Chimera killed off. Name one of your choice after me. All right. Can do one of the human characters in Legend 2. Hope that I can run away before I die. Always a little obnoxious when I have to do this. Now let's just kill the last wizard. I've got enough melts. And we find out that Ashura had one last trick up his 6 sleeves, which is that there was a hidden pitfall in front of the door to Paradise, which takes us all the way back to the beginning of the game. And all of the friends we made along the way are here waiting for us too, to give us words of encouragement. We break the 4 spheres we got in order to let us back into the tower, but this time we're going on we're going up what I call the express escalator to Paradise. Getting back to the top considerably faster than it took us there. A gate named Suzaku at Haijo Ruins of Apel. Oh, nice. The Gate of the Phoenix, basically. So the basically Ashura's master, who we got some hints about, has revived the 4 fiends. They're much stronger than before, but not as strong as my my full party of slimes at this point. So I replaced my 2 dead monsters with gummies, which are the second best type of slime at the newly upgraded Adventurers Guild in the base town. And the meat drops you can get from the fiend refights are basically the best in the game as far as what you can use them to evolve into. So I revived Dan, my hero character, gave him the Genbu 2 meat, so that evolved into a Beholder, which has some very, very nasty abilities that we'll be putting to use right here. One of them is Stone Gaze, which the remaining fiend refights are not immune to. I haven't actually done the run with the Saw skill personally yet, but what I've heard, even if you are using the Saw skill which again is a bugged attack that it was likely intended to insta-kill enemies that are weaker than the user of the saw skill, but because of some bad math, it actually kills enemies that are stronger than the user, and that works. There's nothing in the game that's immune to it, up to and including the final boss. But even if you are using the saw skill, it still works out to be faster to petrify the fiend refights. Beat counter is a little higher than I was expecting it to be at this point, too. I was kind of expecting it to finish this game under 10, but well, good for feeding America, not too good for my pocketbook. Again, I'll be personally donating $10 at the end of the run for each beat drop over the course of all 3 games, and if anybody wants to fully or partially match that, would love to see that. Like $1 per meat drop or something would be great. Yes, there's a meme in the FFL community called "Progress the Meat," by the way, too, which is just kind of a fun way of talking about how the random number generator for meat drops work. Basically, every time you win a fight, there's a counter that gets progressed, and when it hits certain kind of predetermined values, you get meat drops. Like at the very, very start of the game, I was fighting a couple fights purely to progress that counter to set up getting a meat drop early on. So we're rapidly approaching the end of Final Fantasy Legend 1. We'll be heading on to Final Fantasy Legend 2. All 4 of the characters for Legend 2 get named at the start. I think the only one that still hasn't had any donations for naming is the second female human. This female human one is going to be K. Monster is going to be Diana. You'll have to remind me how to spell it, but something related to the Watcher meat, and then the robot is going to be Cube. WCH. Okay, so short for Watcher. Some of these fights are where the fact that this is an old Game Boy game on a black and white display kind of show too, is that because like that enemy I just ran from there is called Dragon 5, like the way you tell dragons apart in this game is by numbers. There's Dragon 1 up through Dragon 5. So the very end is just, it's just a lot of walking and a lot of save scumming encounters. We're getting close to the top. It should be our last meat drop. Well, in fact, that is our last meat drop, because that's the last fight we're actually going to be winning before the final boss. Sounds like Quiz, also Veni Vidi Vicis. I notice on the save screen too, it's positioned first floor, even though I'm pretty high up on the first floor. That's just kind of a way to try to prevent you from cheating, really, because there's actually a teleport system. It's not used at all in the route for this category, which you can use to teleport between floors of the tower that you've been to before. But for this final ascent here, It's just always, it's all treated as floor 1. And also, I was mentioning earlier too how I had to talk to the top hat man to avoid soft locking. What happens if you never actually talk to the top hat man in the tower is that when you get to this part of the game, when you enter the tower, instead of loading the final ascent, it just loads the normal first floor of the tower. You don't actually progress towards the end game. I've been told that you can get out of that if you just go talk to the top hat man somewhere at that point, which you could speed up by using the teleport skill, but I've never tried it myself. Alright, and then at last we find the deep dark truth. Oh, thanks for the donation, MP King. If you want to name the last character for Legend 2, just let me know. Is that the Top Hat Man is God, basically, or the creator who created our world and then created Ashura, and to kind of as part of a game he does to amuse himself with kind of creating evil and then seeing how people do in fighting that, and then we're not too happy to find out that we've been used as the creators kind of playing games with people's lives, so we actually challenged God to a fight. There's a pretty famous clip of a comedian from the 90s talking about God being a little Amish man on a Game Boy screen, which is based on this game. And yeah, Senator Gorgeous, I do like to view this game as coming out before the trope of killing God in a JRPG really taking off to still somewhat of a fresh concept in 1989. This fight is also why I really like running this game without the saw skills. We actually get to jam out to the creator's boss theme for a few minutes instead of just killing him in one hit. The creator has nasty attacks, but I am very safe thanks to my full party of slimes that are just healing themselves every time they do damage. Your last hit, and time. Alright, so with that we have put an end to the creator's games and find the door to the true paradise, but then we find out that the real paradise was the friends we met and then arranged to have killed off and replaced by stronger friends, and then the tasty meat we feasted on along the way. We get, for whatever reason, there's actually no credits in the US version of this game. There are in the Japanese version, but we just get kind of a little series of flashbacks here of the journey we went on to get this far. Could be could be that just changes they made to translate this game into English used up more memory elsewhere. Because again, the Japanese version does have credits. Kind of hoping for something a little closer to an hour and 10 minutes, but it's all good. Having to fight say Ryu twice because of not getting the meat drop was kind of a time suck. And the fact that I was naming characters cost a somewhat significant amount of time too, just because, I mean, the game has to draw out the letters during fights too as it's describing actions, so every extra character in a name costs a couple frames, frame being smallest unit of video. Be 60 frames a second in this game. Oh wow, up to $500 already, nice. Might have to bump that up a little bit. Yeah, thanks again so much everybody for the donations. Already doing numbers already a lot higher than I was expecting. See you again. Yeah, and I appreciate how the last shot we get here is the slime saying "see you again," which we'll be seeing again very, very soon in the next game. All right. Put away my Final Fantasy Legend 1 cart for a little while. It's time to pull out Final Fantasy Legend 2. Did you want to name the last character for Legend 2 MP King with that generous donation earlier? Cassie. Well, there's a 4-character limit for this game, so do you want Cass or CASI maybe? CASY? Well, that works. Alright. Start timing after naming for consistency. Alright, so Final Fantasy Legend 1, I like to say, is kind of a... oh, actually, before starting this, let me update the game title. Yeah, it's a good one. Even though this game has a different primary composer from the first one, there's a couple bits of music that are reused from Legend 1, which this is the first. Alright, so like to say that Final Fantasy Legend 1 is kind of a fun adventure, exploring the unknown, and then Final Fantasy Legend 2 is kind of the theme is more of a treasure hunt. The treasure is called the Magi, which are 77 pieces of a statue of a goddess named Isis, and in this version, although she's just called Megami, or goddess in the Japanese version. Then, like the first game, we have a lot of control over our party build, and then in addition to humans, mutants, and monsters, this game also introduces robots. Which, well, the robot is our killing machine in this run, as we'll be finding out very shortly. Get my Legend 2 notes up. Yeah, I believe that Nyarlathotep, this game is, I'd say, is probably the most popular of the three in the United States, where I live, too. Alright, so we're gonna name our hero K after Keishira, who donated for that. Let us be. Alright, so this game opens with Kay getting woken up in the middle of the night by Kay's dad, known as Dad. He doesn't actually have a proper name, and Dad jumped out the window to go on a treasure hunt in search of the Magi and the legendary. Because the Japanese name for this, by the way, is Sagatu Hiho Densetsu, which means legendary treasure. And then after Kei grows up, we Kay decides to go off looking for Dad, and then kind of looking for Dad by looking for the Magi. Alright, then we get to build out the rest of our party. Do a second female human named Cassie. We do a monster. It's WCHR, right? Then we have our robot named Cube, after Cube from Live Alive, another very, very good RPG. Originally for the Super Nintendo, now is a modern remake. The reason why we did female humans is for their starting gear that we're immediately going to be stealing. Female humans start with rapiers, which are a weapon that where the damage output scales based on the agility stat instead of the strength. And agility is a really, really important stat in this run, both because there's weapons you can use that scale based on agility, and because agility governs how good you are at running away. Also, I just realized I forgot to scramble my starting RNG seed before going, but that's fine. We'll just roll with it. Unlike the run of the first game, this one is not going to be using any manipulation at all. And then kind of in a traditional run of the glitchless category for this, you actually start the run. Before starting the run, you load a different save file and then do a couple fights in order to scramble the RNG seed. If you start from a hard reset, that's a known starting point, but I don't actually even really know what you get if you have if you just start from power on, so it's still kind of effectively random to me. So in this first dungeon here, anytime I have encounters with single groups of one kind of monster, with only one sprite, I'm actually going to fight instead of run, just because my odds of running away are actually not great at this point. So rather than risking a run failure, I'm just going to take the fight. Alright, that was not a bad first cave overall. I have to say bye to Mr. S, who's the slime from the first game. I like to view it in the canon. Mr. S is called Sensei in the Japanese version, which means teacher, and kind of goes on to become the mascot character for the Saga series. So once Mr. S takes off, now we get to take advantage of kind of a little interesting quirk of how the stats in this game work, and that because you have 4 permanent characters that you choose at the start of a game here, but there's a 5th character slot that's frequently occupied by guest characters, and whenever that slot is empty, that slot has some phantom stats associated with it, and one of those stats is actually 100 agility, and since agility governs whether you succeed or fail at running away from a fight, at any point in the game where I do not have a fifth character, or actually if I have a dead character that kind of has the same phantom stats, then I'm actually guaranteed to be able to run. So once Mr. S takes off and I'm down to 4 characters, now I can just run away and never have to worry about failures. Alright, so at this point, if we'd have talked to some more people, we'd find, well, in fact, we actually had to talk to a sage named Key earlier, and kind of try to get our first hints about the Magi, which is the kind of the legendary treasure that we're looking for to try to find clues to our dad's whereabouts. There's a place called the Relics of the Ancient Gods that's hidden in a forest to the south. And there's some of the first pieces of the Magi are in here. There's a pretty significant upgrade, I think, in the quality of the sprite work for this game after the first game too, even though it was only about a year later. Like just both the character and the monster sprites, I think, just have a lot more detail to them. And a lot of the monster sprites in this game are pretty goofy looking too. Like that fly right there that looks really, really bored. That kind of half squint going on there. But this game, the encounter rate in this game is quite high, but it's, as I understand it, there's a kind of a predictable pattern as far as the number of fights you get over the course of 256 steps. So like the number of encounters I'm getting is going to be pretty consistent from run to run. The main source of randomness is just how many times I fail to flee in situations where I can. Get a couple of the Magi here, although some of the others, some mysterious people beat us too. Every time we get anything that can boost agility, we're throwing it on to our robot because we want the robot's agility stat to be as high as possible, both for flee success but also for damage output. Because the robot's going to be using weapons mostly that are based on agility. So if we talk to one of these people here too, we'd find out that people that took the other Magi from the relics of the ancient gods work for an organization called the Guardians, but then servants of somebody called Ashura, who we just beat up about half an hour or so ago in Final Fantasy Legend 1, got the jump on them and stole the Magi. So we're gonna go pay a visit to the Shrine of Isis again and talk to Key. He's gonna join up with us to go try to go head for Ashura's base, try to get the Magi back. Since Key joins us, now we have a fifth character again, and now we can fail to run from fights. Because our, again, success or failure at running from fights is based on your party's kind of sum agility stat, and it's pretty bad at this point. So it's, with the route I'm using, it's not uncommon to have numerous flee failures in this place, and Key isn't quite as overpowered as Mr. S, so even against single enemy groups here, it's still better to just run. And then another thing I did at the very beginning too is I actually took the armor off of Kay and Cassie. That's basically just to make it easier for them to die if I fail to flee. Because if you have a dead character, that dead character is treated like they have 100 agility too, just like a missing fifth character. Hey Noji, thanks for the compliment. So, yeah, since somebody died on that first turn, I was guaranteed the flee on the second turn. Googly-eyed lizard there. These zombies having a dance party here. If you touch one of them, you get into a fight, but it's not unrunnable, so it's not a big deal. Oh, I think I just got caught there. Yeah, more or less Team Murdoch. I will say that Legend 3 is the one I have the most nostalgia for, because it's the only one I actually played as a kid. But I've come to enjoy the other two as well with age. Thanks, don't slip. We have a mini boss encounter here with the Rhino. This is the first time our killer robot cube really gets to show off. We recover some Magi here, but the Rhino let us know that Ashura still has more of them. One last flea failure for the road here. Hopefully the last one. Tsuki takes off. Honestly, for the better, because his Thunder Spell is kind of nice against the Rhino, but he also caused us to fail to flee from a bunch of fights. There's some hidden quicksand conveyor belts in this area, so I need to follow a very specific walking pattern here to not get pushed away. Yeah, we just defeated the load-bearing rhinoceros at the top of Ashura's base. So that was our first. So yeah, we left our world to come to Ashura's world at that point. Like it was our first introduction to a kind of a mystical transport called the Beanstalk. I think I've heard it called. But kind of each door to progress to the next world is locked until we've gotten all of the Magi from the previous ones. Yeah, this game is pretty linear. It doesn't let you miss anything important, fortunately. Another nice agility-based weapon that we're immediately putting on the robot. So yeah, I've kind of briefly talked about it a few times, but robots are just very kind of the best way to get overpowered in this game, at least for killing bosses, because robots don't gain stats from winning fights. Robots actually have their stats are just kind of completely tied to what equipment they have. Every time because robots have 7 usable equipment slots, and when you put a piece of gear in them, all of their stats go up kind of by fixed amounts depending on the equipment. So we're kind of prioritizing agility. Hey, Rogue with Whimsy, thanks for the donation. We had a mysterious man named Mask. No relation to the Jim Carrey movie of the same name, who looks a lot like our dad, but isn't because he wears a mask. So we'll be seeing Wormack again later on in this game too. So, unfortunately, because Mask is a 5th character, we can fail fleas, although kind of the odds of failing fleas because of having a 5th character kind of progressively go down over the course of the game, just as my agility is going up. Alright, so get reunited with Ashura, who kind of failed to defend a tower in Final Fantasy Legend 1, is about to fail to defend a tower in this game, too. As long as Ashura doesn't do his AoE attack, it's called Flame, I think, this is a pretty easy fight. Sometimes I can win in 2 turns if I get good enough damage rolls. Usually it's 3 though. So with Ashura's defeat, we recover all of the Magi that he stole, but we find out that Key's healing powers come from having been born with Magi in her body, and Ashura shrunk some of his flunkies to microscopic size, and they affected Key to try to kill her and take the Magi. Now we're going in search of a means of shrinking ourselves so that we can go inside Key's body to try to get the Magi and not kill her in the process. I don't quite understand how it works out, but it works out in the end. So we're heading for the next world called the Giants World. Because Key's attendant told us that the Giants know how to shrink people. And while we're heading to look for the Giants, we actually run into Dad. Who we find out is still looking for the Magi and quite ready to come home yet, and kind of promises to come home once we've found the Magi, the treasure. Does the trilogy have an overarching story? No, the 3 games are all standalone. There's some very small references, like you can actually meet Dad from this game in Legend 3. Hey, thanks for the donation, Tim and Paul. Alright, so we talked to the shopkeeper here, and then we talked to this guy named Johnny. And basically find out that the the people in this town are former giants that used something called the Micron to shrink themselves, presumably to cut down on their grocery bills significantly because of not needing to feed giant stomachs anymore in today's economy. And Johnny kind of gives us a hint to the secret entrance to get inside the Giants' village. I didn't actually play this game as a kid, or the first game, but I read about them in Nintendo Power, and I just remember seeing like the maps of this area in Nintendo Power, and also the next area, Key's body, and just thinking it's really cool to see giant-sized houses like this. Recover 2 Magi from this house, which we actually need in order to get into the second house. Every time you see opened like that, that's the game checking if I actually have all of the Magi that I'm supposed to. And it'll open the door. So yeah, I needed the Magi from that other house in order to get into this one to get the Micron. And here and there, I'm also just picking up some chests with pieces of equipment in them that I'm just gonna sell too, because like any equipment that doesn't boost agility on my robot is generally just gonna get sold for cash. once we have the Micron, we're heading back to our home world to try to save key. Before we go there, though, we're going to make a quick pit stop in the appropriately named second town here, because it's the second town in the game. To sell off a bunch of loose stuff that we don't need. Just everything I have except the Micron. And now our robot is going to be packing some major heat in the form of a submachine gun. The SMG is a weapon that can hit an entire group of monsters. I only need it for one fight, which is the boss at the end of Key's body, but it lets me one round the fight, as opposed to it taking like 4 to 8 turns, depending on how many enemies are in the fight. So it's well worth that detour. Alright, so now inside Key's body, which is mostly anatomically correct, kind of like the Giant's Village. I just remember just thinking the maps of this place in Nintendo Power were really cool. This is where the fact that we don't have a 5th character and can use knowledge of the flea system in this game really comes in handy. Every fight in here we're guaranteed to run and from first try, and there's a lot of fights. It's because of how long this place is. The fact that we're guaranteed first try fleas makes it pretty chill. Doesn't matter too much what order you get the Magi into. I just get them in an order that mostly minimizes the amount of walking I have to do. Oh yeah, and then the types of monsters you can encounter in here are quite silly, by the way, too. Like having plasma cells is kind of makes sense, but having terrorists inside a sage's body is a little questionable, along with robots. I mean, a lot of these, are supposed to be flunkies for Ashura, but like I don't know, like a worm, I could believe though a little more, just because there's types of parasitic worms. Inside Key's heart now too, which, like a real heart, is 4 chambers. I appreciate that they did that versus making Key's heart like a Valentine's Day heart. appreciate too that you fast travel out of the area you're in after you find the Magi. Somewhat cuts down on the amount of walking. Heading for Key's stomach here via the intestines. He is a bad case of intravenous squids and horses. Or terrorists. Ooh, good luck with wacky multi-world shenanigans. The last Magi here. His foot. This game have a futuristic vehicle. You get to ride a dragon at one point, but I don't think there's any futuristic vehicles. Even in the futuristic area we go to. Well, sacrifices need to be made sometimes, because yeah, firing a microscopic submachine gun when you're right next to somebody's brain is, yeah, not something I would advocate in real life. Yeah, we need to get all the rest of the Magi in order to get into Key's brain, which is where the boss is. The phagocytes, which I believe is a type of white blood cell in real life. There's a randomized number between 4 and 8, and I want to see as many as possible because the more there are, the more money I get. That was the fight I needed the SMG for, because then it's just over like that versus having to kill them one at a time. And potentially die too, I might add, because they don't just sit there and take it, they do fight back. I also did a minor skip there too. It's allowed in glitchless runs, where when the game's loading, once you get the last Magi and leave Key's body, there's meant to be some dialogue where Key thanks you for saving her. Again, I'm not quite sure how it worked out to actually save her there by taking the Magi that are the source of her power, but somehow it worked out. But if you hold the if you just hold a D-pad button, basically when the game's loading the temple, you can walk away from Key before the dialogue starts and save a few seconds. All right, so we're now heading for Apollo's world. This is where kind of the main overarching story of Final Fantasy Legend 2 really starts, I guess other than looking for our dad via the treasure hunt, starts to take off. Meet this tall, this kind of suspect-looking fellow named Apollo, who is one of the people trying to become new gods, as that was mentioned in the prologue. Gives us a magi because he has enough power already and doesn't need more, and gives us hints on where to find the others in his world. Could be Twitchy Templar. I mean, this maybe magic in this game is kind of like in Final Fantasies 13 or 16, where it gives power at the cost of progressively destroying your body. Oh yeah, yeah. In the first game, the Beholder style sprite had cute eyelashes, but in this game, it's kind of more gruesome in appearance, as far as having like a dangling optic nerve behind it. Oh yeah, yeah. Apollo's never ever gonna betray us. Not a chance. Like some of the phagocytes somehow followed us outside of Key's body and became enormous sized. We'll likely be seeing a lot more of that eye sprite a little around the hour mark in the run too. That's why Diana Fire donated to name my monster Watcher. Grabbing some items here to sell for cash. I also appreciate how this game has this shimmering effect when you're underwater too, because like when I was underwater in the first game, it was kind of a thing where you just have to take my word for it, because the underwater parts of the second world don't really look that different from normal, but in this game, they actually had the technology to have this kind of cool little shimmer effect. We grabbed some magi from the undersea volcano. Now we're heading into a dungeon called the Cave of Light, which we needed one of the magi from the volcano to actually be able to see here. Although it's a little debatable, I'd say, how good being able to see the moving checkerboard floor is here. This is also a round where we start running the risk of getting ambushed by fights too, just because ambushes are a thing in this game, and it's tied to a skill that certain monsters have. I think just called like surprise or something. There's I think it's actually the big eyes actually in here that can potentially ambush you. AEW Phantasm. Yeah, some of the visuals in this game I think were probably meant to be on a small Game Boy screen rather than on a full-size TV or like I'm playing, or like a computer monitor like you're watching on a phone or what have you. I love that sword sprite at the middle. I always like to think looks like it's it's got a really bad joke it wants to tell you. You get a laser sword, or in the Japanese version, lightsaber. It was still nausea-inducing. Yeah, I believe that. Unfortunately, we're about 2/3 or more of the way through this place, and I'm done with it. Yep, there's their first. Yeah, I think it's the saber cats. I think that have surprise. Whenever it says something did nothing, that meant it was trying to attack somebody that's already dead. Because of that mechanic too, it's fortunately pretty rare for an ambush to lead to a full party wipe. It is possible, but very, very rare. And even if you do party wipe, for about the first, like, I don't know, like 70 to 75% or so of the game, if you do die, you can retry the fight. You get, because you kind of, you wake up inside Valhalla, in the afterlife, and then an old god named Odin offers to give you the strength to rise and fight again in exchange for promising to fight him someday. We do hope to not actually meet Odin early, at least, because in addition to losing time from a party wipe, that also means when you do fight Odin eventually, there's extra dialogue. This place is a little trolly, by the way, too, in that there's a much more visible front entrance to this cave that that doesn't really go anywhere important. You have to go to the back entrance that you can't see as easily from the overworld to actually find where the Magi are. Oh, okay. I thought I was on the third floor instead of the second. It's southwest here. Running all of these games back to back is a little interesting too, and just having to kind of get reacclimated to little input quirks too, because like in Legend 1, you can actually buffer inputs for running away when the game's loading a fight by just holding down an A, but you can't do that in this game. You have to wait until the menu appears and then do down an A. Hey, drill by open. On the happy fun slide here. And now we get basically find a resident of this world named Lynn who kind of was looking for medicine for her mother and then got stuck in this cave. Lynn's stats are not too good, and she's not too good in combat. So during kind of the brief period that we have Lynn, we've got fairly high odds of failing fleas. Unidas, who was guarding the exit to the cave, had a bunch of magi that we now have. When we take Lynn home, we actually see our dad looking like he's kind of playing dad to Lynn. Not too sure what's going on there. Just gonna sell off everything here except for the X cures that we got. And we're going to teach our robot how to headbutt 3 times. Headbutt just being a nice plus 10 agility. We're not actually going to be attacking with the headbutt, because yeah, martial arts abilities are just a type of weapon you can equip and use. I think the gimmick for them too is that the fewer charges you have left, the more damage they do, to kind of represent you training and getting stronger at martial arts. We're just using the headbutts for agility. Agility being the most important stat in the game, both for running away and doing damage, because our robot is using weapons that have their damage formula based on agility instead of strength. Could be AW Phantasm. That's a name I have not heard in a long time, and I miss him too. He's a good guy. I think people's interests change over time, and I think he's probably just moved on from streaming and speedrunning. All right, so then the next world is the Guardians world. We kind of learn more about the Guardians here. They're just kind of a, I believe, just a group of good treasure hunters, of which our dad is a member. We go into their secret base and then immediately get caught, but then bailed out by our dad. But then the base very, very quickly gets attacked by the flunkies of the new gods, which are evil people trying to abuse the Magi to take over the world. That got me. I should have known that wasn't the monster I needed to fight. But oh well, I'll get another beat drop and another $10 for feeding America. Sometimes I fall for that too. If I get a single enemy fight on the same tile as one of the mini boss encounters. Spooky sheet ghost there. Uncomfortable worm. Other ghost. Mando. The Commando lets us know that the forces of the new gods kidnapped Lynn and took her to the next world, which is called Monsters World. It's a pretty goofy world too, because it's just 2 clearings and a tower. Well, we get reunited with the Heartful Tears music from the first Final Fantasy Legend. Dad sacrifices himself to save Lynn from the ninja. Doesn't really do a very good job of it. So it's up to our robot to finish the job here. I can buy this being an ambush, given that we're kind of surprised that the ninja survived the explosion. But we'll probably be seeing a lot more of that in Final Fantasy Legend 3, though, as far as boss encounters that have dialogue before them still being ambushes because of being underleveled. We also find out too that just our dad was helping take care of Lynn and her mom because Lynn's real dad, who was also part of the Guardians, never came back from a mission. We do get a little follow up on that at the end of the game, where we find out that actually the masked man that we rescued inside Ashura's tower is Lynn's dad. plot thickens. Alright, so now we move on to Venus's World, which is the early 90s Game Boy equivalent of Las Vegas. Venus having her palace filled with statues of herself, and also not knowing how to spell the word here correctly. Yeah, I mean, there's escalators, and there's a 24-hour wedding chapel in here. I mean, it's Vegas. There's killer guardian robots that let us through there, too, just like actual Vegas. Go to this locale called Dirty Village and talk to a guy named Leon here. The lore here is that only beautiful people are allowed to live in Venus's city, and people that are not beautiful are exiled to Dirty Village. Yeah, what happens in Venus Town stays in Venus Town. Those werewolves can ambush me. Did a practice run of this yesterday, and the number of ambushes I got was just beyond obscene. Like I feel like I had it was well into the double digits, and I mean like a more typical run like should usually be like, I don't know, like 6 or fewer ambushes over the course of the game. The flexing bug there. Mini boss that you have to fight here to get a key. There's an alternate route that involves actually farming for a meat drop from the very first mini-boss in the game at the end of the cave with Mr. S. And doing that lets you evolve your starting monster, who's more or less dead weight for the first 2/3 of the run, into a form that has higher agility and then gives you better odds for fleas in the early game. But if you do that route, in addition to having to reset until you get the baby worm meat, also has a kind of a price to pay, where in order to stay on track towards the evolutions you want to eventually get for the monster, you actually need the meat drop from that hermit crab I just fought there, like a 1 out of 4 or so. So if you don't get that meat drop first try, if you're using the silver route, because silver is the monster you evolve into earlier, then you often kind of get back the time you spent or you gained from the higher flea success rate or more, depending on how many tries it takes to get this hermit meat. These chests I'm skipping, by the way, have monsters in them. Yeah, I mean, if we've been ambushed at all this run, it's only like once so far. Yeah, overall the luck in this run has been pretty solid so far. We'll see when we get to the Watcher, though, which is the next world after this one. We come out of the garbage disposal in Venus's castle. Oops, actually, quite ready to go there yet. We find out that Venus is forcing this woman named Flora to marry a imp named Nils here, and in Venus City, I guess when you when you get engaged to somebody, instead of giving them a ring, you give them a volcano. Which is we have a volcano just suddenly appear at this point. Where we're going next to look for Magi. We get stopped periodically in this volcano by kind of seeing that Leon is following us. I think it's pretty clever for a game this old as a way to visually depict somebody following you. Just get frozen, and then Leon's sprite kind of appears at the edge of the screen for a few seconds. Yep. I forget if we actually saw how many of those we saw in the first game, but like I think the strongest version of that wrestler sprite in the first game is called a Keller, which is I think meant to be killer. Yeah, overall the main source of randomness in this part of the speedrun is ambushes. More than the fights you actually do. I mean, if you do the silver route, then the getting the meat drop from the hermit is a thing, but I haven't actually done that yet. Yeah, I like to say the fish enemies in this game look like literal fishes out of water. We had that very, very full snake there, obviously gorged on delicious Thanksgiving food. Like I said earlier, I do the sprite work had a pretty significant upgrade in this game compared to the first one. Of the three games, I think this has the best detailed sprite work. For the third game, the sprites are smaller so that they can fit kind of one sprite for each monster in the fight on the screen, but they have to be smaller and less detailed. I went halfway home. I actually met up with my mom at a diner in a small town between where we live last weekend for early Thanksgiving celebration, and then met up with my dad who lives locally on Thanksgiving proper. So hope your whatever festivities you had were nice. All this lava I'm walking on is doing 1 damage per step, which matters a little bit, and then I'm gonna need to heal my robot before I fight Venus. Yeah, I'm in the upper Midwest. There was a little dusting of snow a couple weeks ago, but it's gone now. It's kind of on the cold side now as far as being like the teens or so for temperature, but no driving-related concerns or anything yet. Yeah, Anna, it's definitely a nice day to be indoors playing games. Alright. We got the Magi, but then Leon kind of got the drop on us and stole one of them. I guess to try to use its power to try to stop the wedding that Flora is being forced into. We'll get a little sneak peek of the final dungeon theme called Burning Blood. Hey, Blind Umpire. Ooh, nice. Beach sounds amazing. And the plot twist is that Flora gives herself a scar to try to make herself not beautiful, at least in Venus's eyes. That she gets kicked out of the city with Leon, but plan isn't really going to work out. But then we are just going to beat up Venus anyway and fix the situation that way. So Venus is really kind of the first boss that, for kind of what I've heard, for a lot of people was a real stone wall. Yeah, because Venus just has a lot of health and for this point in the game, and some fairly nasty attacks. Like everybody died there except for the robot, who only has like 20-some HP. A Gizarus Peel? What is this game? This is Final Fantasy Legend 2 for the original Game Boy. It's actually the second game in the Saga RPG series. So all is well in Venus City now. Now we've got all the Magi and can head on our way. Alright, so then we're going into a pretty kind of goofy world next called Race World, where the theme for here is dragon racing, and then we kind of, I guess we learned from talking to people that the dragon race is where I guess maybe that the Magi are prizes for for winning the dragon race. There's 4 different dragons we can rent for the race here, and they have different movement speeds, but also different dragons trigger different numbers of forest encounters. Hey, Shadow Killer, thanks a lot. There's our first ambush, so that we're almost at the end of the part of the game that we can actually get ambushed. Sorry, Kay, just got dissolved by an amoeba. The second fastest dragon kind of has the best balance as far as fastest movement speed coupled with the fewest number of forced fights. Because like this fight here with the tortoise, we would not get if we did the third fastest dragon, but we can actually just run away from it. Thanks a lot, Gazarus. Another image. Again, enemies doing nothing means that they were queued up to attack somebody that died. That mechanic makes it very unlikely that I'll get a full party wipe, even an ambush. All right, so now we have our first mini boss encounter that we do have to fight, and the number of labias here is random between 1 and 4, and I'm just going to keep re-rolling the fight until I get either 1 or 2. Any more than that is sketchy as far as actually winning the fight. Alright, and now we're coming up on probably the worst bit of our randomness in the run, which is the Watcher. So I need to get the meat drop from this fight, which means I have to win the fight, and my baby dragon has to be alive. Hey, Gatecoop, thanks for the donation. So kind of like with the Lamia fight, if I have 3 or 4 watchers, I'm just going to reset and re-roll it. Because more than that is sketchy as far as actually winning. And I have to win the fight, and my baby dragon has to be alive, too, to actually eat the meat. But, like, so having a larger set of them makes it kind of likely that the dragon is going to die. In addition to having double-digit ambushes, the practice run I did yesterday, this felt like it took like 5-6 minutes or something like that. I wasn't counting, but just the number of attempts it took to get the watcher meat was pretty horrific. I do not know offhand what the odds of this are, but just from doing runs, it kind of feels like a 1 in 8 maybe. Yeah, if I see WCHR get killed, then I just have to reset, because it won't matter if I get the meat drop if the baby D isn't alive. Hey, there we go. Alright, so we get the Magi, the rest of the Magi, and more importantly, we get we evolve our monster character who's been dead weight for the whole hour and change of the run so far into a much stronger form called a Watcher. Yeah, that was fairly typical. Wasn't like exceptionally good or bad. Yeah, a 102 Watcher or so feels like it's actually should be on pace for like around a 145 or better. With having renamed characters, I'd say is quite good. We also won the race by default because everybody else got killed by the monsters on the track. Alright, so now we're coming up on Edo World, which is probably the most memorable part of the game story for people that have played this too, just because this is the whole subplot in Edo World is based on an event called the Chinese Opium Wars in real life history. But instead of opium, we've got bananas instead. Hey, Nemo, thanks for the donation. Appreciate it. I've heard an interesting theory that the bananas is actually like a slang code word for drugs, but I've always more liked to view that this is actual bananas that are a controlled substance in Edo World. Hey, if I actually got a PB in one of these runs, it would absolutely still count. I very much am not expecting it, but if I did somehow actually get a PB, it would definitely still count. No, there's no full trilogy category. So we're selling everything. Buying a cat claw, which is going to be basically our final weapon for the robot. It's kind of just the best agility-based weapon that we'll be seeing. Gaibolg. Celtic mythology, but again, it's a sprite that kind of to me looks like it's got a really bad joke it wants to say. So we're getting introduced to the characters in this world. Like we have Hana, who's the daughter of a banana detective who was killed in the line of duty. Hey, Accident, thanks for the donation. Appreciate it. Hope you're well, sir. Then we get then Hana tells us to go find the banana boat. Hold on. We're not going here. Dang it. I'm doing fully commentated runs. I feel like it's pretty common to make some kind of mistake with the story triggers during this segment here. go find. I have to go talk to the shopkeeper first. Yeah, I mean the banana smugglers, it would not surprise me at all if the way they instead of like cement shoes or stuff like that, use banana peels to sinister effect. Alright, now we're ready to go find the banana boat. It's Kame, which just means turtle in Japanese, who's an associate of Hana's. So anyway, yeah. The reason why it was worth all the pain of farming that Watcher meat, by the way, too, is that the Watcher gives me something that I've been lacking so far, right when I need it, which is just a character that can do good damage to groups of enemies. Because like the very next fight after the Watcher was that group of Hatamotos, which I was able to mow down with my Watcher's Death Ray. And kind of another perk of the Watcher is that it has a passive ability that actually makes you immune to being ambushed. So I'm not going to be ambushed again after after getting the Watcher, getting through Race World. Taro's a samurai. I forget if he also works with the banana detectives or what his deal is, but he's a good guy. Pick up a tank out of a chest. Tank's abyssal type weapon that also, when you use it, it gives you immunity to physical attacks. We're also equipping one of the Magi we got from Venus, which is the Aegis. That when you use that, it gives you immunity to a bunch of magic elements. I had to equip a rapier onto Cassie too, because of just a little quirk of the battle system. You need to have a weapon in order to be able to use Magi, because there's a few Magi that can be used in battle, but you can't use them if you don't actually have a real weapon too. There's an alternate route for this category too that has as a mutant instead of one or both of the humans. Mutants in this game. Next, mutants. I kind of like to view being like in the world of Saga. I like to view being like in the world of X-Men, where they just have kind of special powers, and you can. Mutants in this game, you can kind of randomly learn special skills when you win fights. And if you use the mutant route, there's a very small chance that you can learn the teleport skill. And like right here is where you kind of realize the most time savings if you get teleport, because you can teleport off of the banana boat and save like a minute or so of walking. But I think it's really only the Dunidus fight in Apollo's world where you can learn teleport, just because the type of mutant skills you can learn are tied to the power of the fight you won. If you want to see a mutant run of this, watch Gyre's run from RPG Limit Break this year, which was after my run of Final Fantasy Legend 1. Alright, so then we basically found out during that last cutscene that the local government here is in on the conspiracy with the banana smugglers. Going into the smuggler's den of sin here to rough them up. This is probably the bananas equivalent of a speakeasy, by the way, too. We have the smugglers and then the local shogun complimenting each other on how bad they are. But then our robot plays our theme music too loudly and alerts them to our presence. Our watcher having the group beam attack coming in really handy there. Okay, that was pretty strange that the robot went last and didn't even get the kill on Echigoya. Echigoya attacking us with an abacus is amazing too, by the way. Always makes me think about the abacus of virtue from Dragon Quest. Hey, thanks for the donation, Zinglan. People that are donating $10 or more, by the way, too, you can choose a name for one of the characters from Final Fantasy Legend 3. Still got about 30-35 minutes left in Legend 2. Right, so then after we beat up the smugglers, we found out that yeah, the mastermind behind the smuggling conspiracy is the Shogun. Yeah, if you donated $10 or more and haven't already picked a name, you're welcome to do so for one of the Legend 3 characters. Arthur, Curtis, Gloria, and Sharon. Yeah, Nemo, if you donated and want to name one of the Legend 3 characters Benji, that works, because Legend 3 has a 6-character limit. Heading to the Shogun's castle to try to put an end to the smuggling conspiracy once and for all. Ah, no, that's clever. I like that, Nemo. Well, if we're doing, I mean, because the canon name for the hero in Mystic Quest is Benjamin. So that fight at the outside of this castle, by the way, is pretty random. Not because the number of enemies in the fight and the number of types of each enemy are random. And I had more or less the slowest version of it with kind of all 3 types. Like I can get through that fight really fast if there's only one enemy set. And once I'm about halfway through this castle, I actually start running the risk of having to redo that fight, which is really annoying because it's unrunnable. And it's not super easy to recognize, too, because, again, the number of types of enemies in the fight is random. But it's always going to be some combination of ninjas, golems, and knights. Yeah, and that's it. Yeah, so I have to redo this fight now because of the randomness with the number of enemies. Too, I have to put a little thought into how to divvy up my attacks to ideally win in one turn. It's working out. It worked out both here and for the first go around because of kind of having just the right number of enemies to kind of divvy up my attacks. This is probably the fight again, so not gonna take the chance. It's pretty unlucky to get it twice in a row. Well, each one giving Feeding America another $10. I was actually supposed to equip the samurai bow here. I can do it after this fight, though. But the Shogun, despite being the supposed leader of the conspiracy, is actually a pretty big wimp. And we find out that his dad, the magnate, is actually the real culprit here. As Jair says, the evil man behind the evil man behind the evil man behind the banana smuggling conspiracy. Okay, we can do Darby for Arthur and then Benji for Curtis, I guess. That leaves Gloria and Sharon to be nicked. I love the sprite work on this boss, by the way, too. So good for a game made in 1990. There was at the very start, but I think that person switched to a Legend 1 name at my kind of encouragement, since it still had a lot of Legend 1 names still needing to get claimed. Main move we don't want to see Magnate use is Tornado. Double Tornado generally means I die. Got the Aegis off though, which blocks the lightning. The Aegis won't block the tornado though, and those dolphins on the side you can actually fight as optional bosses. Thanks a donation on it. You don't. All you really get out of it, I believe, is chances for like mutant skills. You don't really get like much out of fighting the dolphins, but it's kind of fun. Okay, so I guess you can be either Gloria or Sharon then. What happened to the colors? This is a Game Boy game. There's only the colors are quite limited. I'm playing on a Super Game Boy on Super Nintendo. Right, Gloria it is. So I do have choices for the color palettes, but I like to play. I just like to play grayscale rather than using different colors. Cool. I love these old games too. In fact, that's pretty much exclusively what I stream on Twitch if you're new to my channel. Mostly do speedruns of classic RPGs from the 90s and early 2000s. Alright, so we're now heading to Valhalla Palace, which I kind of alluded to a little earlier. As far as this game has a second door has a retry system if your whole party dies. Where it's kind of neat too that there's actually in-game lore for it too, unlike most other games that have that where it's just you die, you just get a menu that says try again, yes or no. This game, if your whole party dies, you get sent to this place, Valhalla Palace, in the afterlife, and then a god named Odin offers to give you the strength to fight again if you agree to fight him someday. Well, that day is today now. If we make it this far without ever actually having a full party wipe, though, we do actually save a fair bit of time on dialogue. The form that in that there's no dialogue at all. Oh, yeah. I love Crystallis too. In fact, I've actually done speed runs of Crystallis, although that was quite a while ago. I think that was in like 2017 or so. Yeah, if you want to see my Crystallis speed run, there's a link to the video in my Twitch channel bio. Yeah, not dying also saves time. I mean, there are RPGs where dying is a good thing in some cases because of like death warping out of a dungeon or stuff like in Dragon Quest games or some games like Soul Blazer or Illusion of Gaia. But in this game, dying is slow, and we don't want to do that. But yeah, and because we've never died, we just jump straight into the Odin fight without any dialogue. We got the Aegis up so that we block Odin spell. So I think that's what happened. I wasn't paying super close attention. And we block the Odin crows with the tank. When you attack with the tank, that character also can block physical attacks. A childish Miguelito, thanks for luck. So this fight has some decent randomness to it too, as far as because Odin can use his Gungnir spear to one-shot my characters, which is what we hope. And if he does that, we're hoping he hits the humans and not the robot or the monster. Nice. But we got the Sleipnir meat. There's a glitch on this fight on the US version, which is what I'm playing, where if the Sleipnir, which is Odin's horse, drops meat, then that deletes most of the money I'm supposed to get from that fight. So I lost like a couple tens of thousands of gold that I'm gonna have to make up later. Little trick, by the way, too, is that once Odin has been defeated, the teleport location for this world moves to the east side of the palace, so I can actually use the Pegasus Magi that I picked up in the nasty dungeon before that to skip some walking. Because I didn't mention, too, that the world before Odin's, which was Nasty World, has a very, very long dungeon called the Nasty Dungeon, but it's pretty much all optional. The one Magi in there is right at the start, and I can just take it and peace out. I don't actually have to full clear it. It's a trolley place, too, because there's a fairy halfway through that it asks you if you thought the dungeon was hard, or I said the fairy's at the end. If you say no, it wasn't hard, then she teleports you back to the midpoint of it. Alright, so now, surprise, surprise, we find out that Apollo was using us to get the Magi and betrays us, and then some monsters on us in the form of a chicken that we're able to petrify. Then plan B after the chicken is to kidnap all of our friends from the previous worlds and then hold them hostage in exchange for the Magi. So we give up the Magi, but then find out that A's dad is back. Actually explode like we thought, and also that Apollo doesn't actually have all of the Magi, that there's actually a secret 78th Magi that's conveniently located in this nearby dungeon. Yeah, Nemo. That's can't really fault that. Especially that deception works on a god too, or at least a wannabe god. So we pick up the karate, which is an upgraded version of the headbutt that we've been using to boost the robot's agility. There's a lot of really good treasure in this game. I mean, in this dungeon, that most of which we normally skip, but because I got the Sleipnir meat glitch and I'm short on money at this point, I'm gonna make some extra some extra detours to grab some stuff to sell to make up for that money. I'm gonna need a lot of money for my my last big shopping trip before going to endgame. Yeah, that is true. We have the only means of scanning for I like to view the prism Magi as being like the dragon radar from Dragon Ball. Hey, Madrick. Hey, True Plank, thanks for the donation. Always get a little off when I'm having to do the backup route to grab the extra stuff to replace the money from Odin. Good evening and happy belated Thanksgiving. I have one more optional pickup and I'm going to be floors from here. Screaming faces adorning the walls here. A tent, which does what it does in most real Final Fantasies, full healing for your party. But in this game, tents are really expensive, to the tune of costing 10,000 gold. So I'm grabbing that one to just not to save 10,000 gold, but I'm probably having to buy it from the shop. What Pokemon game is this? This is Pokemon Final Fantasy Legend 2. Featuring killer beholders and robots. Oh, Hactical, thank you very much for the raids here. At the DQ3 runs go. They got past the pyramid this time. I do like how the pyramid is a kind of a roadblock for different reasons in the HD version. Hey, Actical, thanks for the raid. Alright, so upgrading from a headbutt to karate. Flare book for Hikate boots to raise his magic stat. Alright, and now we get to say hi to our buddy Warbeck, back from Final Fantasy Legend 1. And I love how, too, this is Warbeck Mark II, that has a 2 decal on the side. Oh, 401, nice. It's what, like about a 15-minute PB or so? Like Apollo's minion, the Warbeck Mark II is not immune to petrification. The odds for it to land aren't like amazing, so I am attacking with real weapons too, just in case I fail to petrify enough times. I'll eventually just wear it down. It's pretty sad when that happens with Warmech though, because Warmech has 10,000 health and I'm doing like 1,500 damage per hit. Minion is 5,000, so that's a little more common to fail Stone Gaze enough times to just wear out its health. It's called Machine in the first game, which is short for Death Machine, which is Wormek's Japanese name. Alright, so... I was gonna sell the Abacus of Virtue that we got from Echigoya. I could have probably skipped some of the drops or some of the chests I picked up because of getting those drops. What's up the 10? 5 laser guns. Then 3 laser guns. Heart Magi, or the Heart of the Goddess, as it's called in the Japanese version. Cooler name. Better than elixirs, we get elixirs. Elixirs are full healing and recovering all skill and magic charges, and then tents do the same thing for the entire party, but can't be used in battle. Doesn't quite work out to take a nap in the middle of a fight, sadly. Oh, it's a Saga thing. I want to say Saga Frontier and Romancing Saga have charges instead of limited use stuff. Although Legend 3, which we'll be playing next, is very different in that regard. All right, so then we track down Apollo and find out that he's already used the 77 Magi to try to become a true god, and we'll try to take him down before finding out what happens. So the reason why I got all those laser guns too was both to boost the robot stats, but also to give Kay and Cassie a means of doing damage in battle against Apollo, just because Apollo for the first 5 turns of the fight, there's only some very specific things you can do to actually hurt him. Like he's stolen all the Magi, so like he has the Aegis and some other stuff, and he's able to block a lot of attacks, but not laser guns or beams from the Watcher. Flare spell from Dad. So by doing this, we're kind of effectively kind of skipping most of the fight proper once the music changes. Music changes, we can actually use the Cat Claw and Apollo won't block it. Basically just hope that that he doesn't attack Dad on turn 6, which he didn't, so we're all good. We just, after turn 7, we just need somebody to be alive other than Dad, which is Cube the robot, so we're all good. So we just run away at that point to hasten the end of the fight, where Apollo explodes and Dad shields us from the explosion. Alright, so we've recovered the 77 Magi that Apollo took, and we now combine them with the the heart magi that we found in Warmax Dungeon. Then that forms the true goddess Isis, or just Megami, or goddess in Japanese. But then I don't really kind of fully understand the final story beat here, but I think it's just that the use of the Magi has destabilized what sustains our world, and now we have to go go to the center of the shrine that controls kind of the beanstalk system that connects the world, and then kind of reboot it in order to stop the earthquakes that are destroying everything. Then once we've entered the final descent area here too, all of the fights here, with one exception at the very end, are unrunnable. So this is why I've got all those tents and elixirs too, is because kind of from here, there's a lot of fighting I need to do here, and the most efficient way to clear through most of these encounters is to have Isis cast Flare. So she only has 5 charges before running out, and then I need to keep careful track of how many flares Isis has so that I can give her an elixir to recover them. This game doesn't let you use items during battle too, so getting a fight without having flare charges would be really bad. Be careful when I'm mashing B to get out of the menu too, because if I press B when I'm not in the menu, then I talk to Isis and lose some time. Shoutouts to demo loads, by the way, too, which are how this game translates Demon Lord. There are little bits of skill here too, as far as kind of recognizing. So there's a couple types of monsters I can get here that don't necessarily die to a flare, like Musashis, which are a type of ninja, probably the worst of them. And like if I see one of those enemies, I want to make sure I'm queuing up my other characters to try to finish them off. A lot of meat drops here. It's to the first mini boss. I'm just gonna pop a tent here. So like numerous other encounters, mini-boss encounters, the number of enemies here is random, between 1 and 4. Basically 1, 2, or less. Hey, tall guy Eric, welcome in. Yeah, double tornado means you're rip, basically. And once you've beaten Odin, you no longer have an in-game retry system. You die, you die after that, as Ivan Drago would say. Tornado is what we don't want to see here, but there's only one Tianlong here, so maybe this is a guaranteed drop. I'm gonna use to evolve my Watcher, who's been blind for most of the game, by the way, to a Madam Butterfly, which is going to be its final form. Sleipnir survived it. There's alternative routes for this too. That you have a second monster for this point, and you're kind of at that. If you're doing that route, you're just chowing down on all these meat drops you're getting to try to evolve a really strong monster form for the final boss. At the end of the stream, I'm going to donate $10 for every meat drop over the course of the trilogy run. This has already been this is significantly higher than I was expecting it to be, too. I was expecting it to be around like 25 or so across all 3 games. We're going to be probably exceeding 30 before the end of the second game. A 1-to-1, nice. If anyone else wants to like either fully or partially match that, it'd certainly be appreciated to $1 per meat drop. Iron Man showing off that Infinity Gauntlet here. Well, the RNG is being very kind for feeding America. It was all right where I actually needed it for the run too. Probably the big exception being, well, in the first game at least with say Ryu, where I had to redo the fight twice. That was really annoying too, because it's not a short fight, and the odds of getting the drop are actually pretty high. So this music called Burning Blood, by the way. Excellent theme for the final dungeon. Good luck too with only getting 1 Fenrir, which more or less means a guaranteed win. Like seeing Absorb miss, because it makes me nervous for the final boss. That meat drop from Fenrir is guaranteed. I don't need it. I don't need it for my route though. So we're on the last floor of the final dungeon now. We're this is where we might randomly run into the game's super boss called Haniwa, which I have yet to actually see in a speedrun. It'd be pretty swag to get a Haniwa this trilogy run. Not just for the swag too, but also Haniwa is actually the only monster in the final dungeon that you can run from. Both my characters that were queued to attack the turtle died. Another meat. $8.50, wow, dice. Yeah, that's blowing away my expectations too. Much appreciated to everybody that's donated. Been long enough since I've regularly run this game that I'm having to look at my notes to remember where to go. Here you do not want to get lost on this floor because all the fights except for Haniwa are unrunnable. I mean, I've got way more elixirs than I should ever need, but running out before you get to the end would be really, really bad. Musashi's definitely survive flares. Let's switch your attacks then. Survived a laser gun and a samurai bow with the fates. I still need to play Emerald Beyond. The only Saga game that's not Final Fantasy Legend that I've played so far is the Saga Frontier remaster. Alright, we are at the final boss now. Arsenal, the security system guarding the Central Shrine. Isis leaves us to go fight the other part of Arsenal, so we're having to do this ourselves. This is a 3-stage fight. First phase, it does unblockable damage every turn based on how many cannons it has. Like every, I believe, yeah, it's every 1001 damage we do breaks one of the cannons. I'm getting pretty unlucky so far with missing with Absorb and the cannons getting more attacks off. I mean, if I miss too many times on the third phase, I'm gonna die. Well, then again, I mean, if that happens, actually, you know what? If that happens, I know what to do. Actually, I need to use an elixir instead of a tent to cure, because the madam is blind, so that's making her miss more often. No, actually no, I have no chance at all there. Alright. I learned that the hard way on like a previous run or something a couple months ago too, that elixirs cure status conditions, but tents do not. I should have done that before the fight. Messed up too and forgot to switch to the cat claw. Alright, that's better. I think it was the ninja, actually, that I fought after Dad exploded, like an hour or so ago, that blinded the monster. It never actually wore off. Second phase is kind of the gimme phase, where I kind of take a turn to heal the robot using the madam's healing skill. Should be entering the last phase this turn. So, Big Smasher does up to 639 damage, unblockable to every character, and that was a really, really weak first turn. I'm basically just hoping that the robot stays alive long enough to get like 2 or 3 hits, and then that the madam doesn't miss. The madam is healing itself, kind of like the slimes were in the first game. Wow, the robot's still alive. Nice. That was the second go around. That was really good. Thanks, Anatolo. Right on. Yeah, Anatolo. I honestly cannot remember the last time I had my robot actually live through the Arsenal fight in full. It's really rare too, because again, the big smasher can do up to 639 damage per hit, and your robot has like 860 some health, so it has to get like 3 or more rolls that are on the low side. But hey, if it works out, it's over really, really fast. You see there. Thanks, MasoDX. Alright, and that is Final Fantasy Legend 2. So, Isis kind of goes back to sleep in statue form at the center of the shrine, and we rebooted the control system and stopped Armageddon from happening, and then kind of like this beat here with Dad kind of also reminds me of Indiana Jones in the Last Crusade too, with putting ourselves in mortal danger to save our wounded archaeologist father. Maybe in my canon too, Dad here is played by Sean Connery, but yeah, all is well now, and we get kind of like the first game too. We get a montage of well, it's actually not less flashbacks in this, more just like scenes of us going home. This is where we like find out that the masked man we rescued is Lynn's dad, and like that Odin is still sort of alive and watching us. And we say hi to Hana and friends. And then during the credits here, I'm actually going to take a quick break to use the restroom and get a snack. So yeah, I guess don't go anywhere. Enjoy the ending to Final Fantasy Legend 2, and then we will get started with Final Fantasy Legend 3 shortly. Alright, time to get started with Final Fantasy Legend 3. Very, very, very different from the first two games, both the almost every way other than just being a turn-based RPG on the Game Boy. Yeah, I'm just scrolling up in chat to try to remember what the donation for Arthur was. Hey, Boo Hip, welcome in. If anyone either wants to donate for Sharon or that has already donated and not picked a name yet, still need to name Sharon too, who's the last character in this game. Yeah, I got a lot more meat drops than I was expecting. I was expecting like high 20s to low 30s for the whole trilogy, and we're at 35 after 2 games. There shouldn't be quite as many in this one, but famous last words, I guess. Just looking back through chat here. Find my log file so I can do a search. Thanks for the donation, Wooden Spoon. It's the beat. This is my favorite rendition of the Saga theme, by the way, too. I like the bouncier version. I mean, this is the only of the 3 games that I actually played as a kid, too, so I've got childhood nostalgia for this game. I am one of the first to admit that I don't think this is quite as good of a speed game as the other 2, but it's definitely still got charm. Cool bits and stuff, but it's also just, it's got a lot more frustration too, especially if you play it without manipulation. Just opened up my chat log file, it'll be fine. Okay, Darby is Arthur after Get Coop's dog that passed last year. Okay, so gonna need a name for Sharon very shortly. And if anybody that either wants to donate or has already donated and not picked a name yet, feel free to donate for Sharon. Up for Legend 3. Yeah, She-Holly. The main developers for Legends 1 and 2 actually went on to at the time that this game was made, they were more focused on Romancing Saga, which was the first Saga game for the Super Famicom, which is the Japanese name for the Super Nintendo. So it was a different team of people that made this game, and then it was that team that went on to make Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, which was probably which is the by far better known game that they made, and it's going to show a lot as far as like how this game looks and feels too. All right, should have everything up to date here. Though let's up that charity a little more. Let's see what 900. Nice. I mean, I am admittedly floored. I thought I was gonna be lucky to get like $500 or so. I guess let's see about 1,500 for the last stretch. Phoebe. Okay, we can do Phoebe. All right. Okay, so the tone of this game is pretty different too. Actually, you know what? Just on the very remote chance that I get like amazingly lucky and actually get a PB, I want to local with this. Hey, Calidor. Yeah, there's some pretty rough bosses in this game. Alright. Local recording started. Alright, so the tone of this game is pretty different. The first two games were kind of fun adventures, either in kind of in search of exploring the unknown and looking for treasure. And this one, we're getting straight into the heavier stuff, where we find out that there's a magical water jug on a cloud called the Pureland water entity that's actually flooding the ocean in our world, and then the water from the water entity is bringing monsters that are hunting people down too. So things are looking pretty dire right from the outstretch. So our plucky kids here that are trying to put a stop to that. We got Darby, Benji, Keishura. Phoebe. Thanks for donation, visual on that. Appreciate it. Alright, yeah, there's unfortunately no more names or whatever, because we name all the characters in this game at the start, but yeah, I would love to see cracking 1,000 and get close to 1,500 if we can before the end of this game too. So with that, let it begin. Go straight into the action too, where the three kids from the future, we kind of get introduced to them doing basically what we very quickly learn is a combat simulation, working with a guy named Myron, or Melrose in Japanese. Yeah, it is actually possible to steal Myron's axe, but that's not allowed under the rules for Glitchless that I use. There's different rule sets out there for Glitchless at this game. The one I use is based on the Japanese Saga 3 community, which doesn't do the Myron axe removal, and then a couple major skips later on, and then RNG manipulation. Hey, Sariad. Also, thanks for the donation, Toy Dragon. So, kind of learned the backstory there that, yeah, the three of us are from the future, even though it's our present, it's considered the future in this game's timeline, and we were sent back in time to train with the Elder of Dharm here to kind of become strong enough to fight back against the monsters and save our world. So we more or less kind of finished our training there, even though we're all still level 1. And the Elder is coming to show us something. And while we're off to find out what that is, we run into the Elder's daughter, Phoebe, and Myra, who all join up with us. This is like the second game that you have 4 permanent characters, and then sometimes you have a 5th guest character that changes throughout the game, and in this game the 5th characters are all very, very good. But yeah, the Elder shows us a flying time machine called the Talon, but the Talon currently can't really do much because most of its units are missing, and kind of the units for the Talon are kind of take the place of the Magi from Legend 2 as being the quest items we're looking for throughout the story. Thanks for donation, Music Makes It. So buy some magic. And before we do anything else, we're going to go right back to the battle simulator that we were introduced to and do some grinding. The fastest possible route for this category skips this completely, but that's pretty risky. Kind of rolling into the first dungeon at level 1, it's pretty likely to have character deaths. Because again, I've been talking about how this game is very different from the first two, and one of the ways it's very different is that in addition to the monster and robot evolution systems that we've seen, this game also just has traditional experience levels too, and those levels matter a lot, especially if you're playing this game glitchless. I like to say that this is the kind of the most beginner-friendly or casual-friendly of the three games too, because if you don't really get the evolution system in the first two games, you're eventually going to get stuck, like on Venus or Odin or something like that. But in this game, you can just choose to ignore it and just keep rolling with your starting humans and mutants, like Arthur, or also known as Darby, and then Sharon, also known as Phoebe, are both humans, and then Curtis and Gloria, also known as Benji and Keishu, are mutants. Humans get bonuses with weapons, and mutants get bonuses with magic. Yeah, the battle HUD for this game, yeah, I mean, this is where the game having the same development team as Final Fantasy Mystic Quest really shows too, as far as having just the way your characters and the monsters are situated. I was using a kind of a nice thing about the controls in this game too, where if you hold down the select button, that actually counts as kind of turbo fire inputs. So if I just want to repeat the same, and there's memory cursor too, so if I just want to repeat the same inputs that I did on the previous turn, I just hold select and A, and that just quickly redoes all of it. So this is the game I've been kind of grinding for, trying to improve my personal best about the past 2 months or so. In a more serious attempt, I would try to grind to get the first 3 characters up to level 3 before moving on. But for a marathon run like this, I'm going to go to level 4 to try to set up having my whole team be level 6 before I fight the first boss, just to make it as safe as possible. Oh yes, and yeah, and just like in Mystic Quest, you can also jump over NPCs too, which is just as glorious as it sounds. It's something like basically every like tile-based RPG I think should have. The reason I'm stepping back and forth between fights is just that you have to. I mean, the battle simulator, just you interact with it by walking in front of it, not by like pressing A. So just I pace back and forth to trigger another fight. call that good there, because I think that's level 4 for everybody except for Sharon. Yeah, Sharon wasn't in the tutorial fight at the very beginning, so she lags behind a little bit on experience at the very start of the run as a result of that. Stay at the end to get my MP back, because I mean another departure from Legend 1 is that like your weapons and magic is a lot more like a traditional Squaresoft turn-based RPG where you have infinite uses of your weapons and your magic is based around using MP instead of like charges. As I go here, because the first order of business, by the way, is we need to go to this tower to learn the float spell so that we can cross the ocean to go talk to Granny from the town of Elan on the west side of the world. Get some more direction on where to go, because kind of our just overarching quest at this point is to try to find the missing units from the Talon to actually be able to use it to travel through time to save our world from the rising ocean. And I'm taking all the fights I get on the go here to try to hit level 6 before I get to the first boss. The way that random encounters work in this game is also very different from the first two, because the first two games had a step route where as you go, there's a repeating pattern of what tiles encounters are on over the course of like 250 5 steps or so. But in this game, it's all based on frames, so it's effectively random. I mean, there is manipulation that's possible if you save and reload the game and then do kind of frame perfect buffering of inputs coming out of the load, but that's not used in the rule set I run under for this category. So for intents and purposes for me, the random encounters are actually random as far as what tiles I get them on. Hey, Crow. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if this game was the first game, really, that the development team behind it made, period, because this came out in Japan, I think, like 2 years before Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, which is their better-known project. Why are side daggers so freakishly good? Well, we're about to find out. That's the first weapon upgrade I'm going to be buying. We're just gonna buy some plumes here, which is an accessory that gives sleep immunity. And some side daggers, which in addition to just being a stronger weapon than any of my characters started with, also raises agility by 5. Just like Legend 2, agility is a pretty important stat. In this game, it's largely, well, it's for 2 reasons. One is turn order to boost your odds of outspeeding enemies, and then 2 is increasing your success rate of running away. Oh, really? Virtual machine? Really? Having a virtual machine environment in like the year 1990 or so, which is probably when this game was being developed, sounds pretty wild. Yeah, Technomagus, the final boss fight in this game is such an amazing set piece too, with like how the Talon joins you to fight, and you've got the change in the music and stuff. It's gonna upgrade all my characters to have side daggers and plumes. not really get as many fights on the go as I was expecting, so I think I might actually hit up the battle sim again just to just absolutely guarantee I get the level I want without many shenanigans. Oh yeah, and then another mechanic that kind of is new to this game that got reused in Mystic Quest 2 is the guard mechanic, where you can kind of have a character sacrifice their turn in order to make another character invincible for that turn. Doing that there just to guarantee that Curtis survived. Thanks for luck, Nodwick. So ordinarily I would just be heading straight for the past at that point, but just since this is a marathon run, I'm going to hit up the sim again just to get a bit of extra experience. I want to be... In a normal run, I'd be going for level 5 before the first boss, but for this run, I'm going to go to level 6. Now that I have the side daggers, I can just mash attacks and one-shot everything in here, too. One more fight and then move on, just because I want to take a few fights on the go when I'm in the past too. So yeah, but just the way that the encounters in this game are frame-based instead of based on a step route is affects the speedrun in pretty interesting ways. Like in the early game here, it's fairly common that I just don't get enough encounters on the go to hit the level targets that I need. I end up having to farm encounters like there or elsewhere. I probably should have waited on that actually, because I just wasted a bit of money on refilling Myron's MP. Myron's going to be taking off very shortly. Thanks for the donation, Blind Tiger. Very briefly introduced to the awesome Talon theme. I'll be hearing a lot more of that later. Right, so this part of the story, honestly, is kind of escaping me a little bit. Kind of why we're coming to the past, beyond just that that's the only place we have a unit to let us go. Like if we're coming here, in search of more units, or we're looking for hints on how to get to the future, or kind of what's going on exactly here. But we're heading. We use the past unit that we that we were given at Ilan to go to the past, where the world looks pretty different because the flooding isn't as severe yet. Like the Elder is pretty young too, and like we can go talk to him. Let's see, fungus. because I do eventually need to meat drop to evolve Sharon into, because this game has even more races that you can play as than compared to the previous games, because you have humans and mutants, which are kind of the starter characters. Then you have monsters, which are kind of the same as in the first two games. But then you also have beast people, which are kind of like monsters, but they naturally evolve when they level up. And then you have cyborgs, which work kind of like robots did in Legend 2, but then you have robots, which are completely different. Legending is going pretty good. I mean, these times are nothing to write home about, but I mean, I'm renaming characters and doing a lot of commentary and stuff. I mean, they're all falling within my estimates, at least. I guess with getting that meat drop when I did, I'm actually going to want to not level up again before next boss. Because yeah, let's see, she needs level 5. I want to be a Mustang when I get to Shura. So we'll see how it goes. Fortunately, if you use a spell in the wrong character, you can actually unlearn spells. Not much trouble. It's a mechanic I am going to be taking advantage of too, in order to just to unlearn and then sell spells that I don't need anymore. Recoup the money, some of the money I spent on them. We'll be getting a lot faster when we actually get the ability to fly in the Talon later, at least. Taking a couple saves just in case I get ambushed, because the rate of getting ambushed in this game is based on your party's average level relative to the enemies. I'm not like guaranteed to be ambushed, but it can happen and it can be a problem. And also fail to run too. Fail to run again, I'm gonna reset. The heal spells in this game too are percentage based. I want to say it's like 30% of your max for Cure 1. Alright, so I think if we'd have talked to people too, we'd have found out that a woman named Laura was kidnapped by a monster named Dogra and taken to this cave here. And there's also a unit for the Talon in here. Yeah, like I was kind of alluding to during Legend 2, being able to get ambushed by bosses is a thing in this game. And pretty unfortunate when it happens. It's also another unfortunate thing is that you can't soft reset in this game, unlike the first two. So if I want to re-roll something, I actually have to hit the reset button on my console. Want to make sure everybody survives that because we want all the experience. They ran out of magic there. I need to transfer the spell to Arthur. I have some potions that are better than this, but I want to save those for Dobra. So Laura was kind of, by the way, we dehypnotized Laura and she joined up with us. Now we have the real first boss, Dogra. Ow. Also, first time really getting to jam out to this game's really nice boss theme. Hope the paralysis wears off because I can't really spare a turn to use a relax on Arthur unless Dogra misses or something. Okay, that's a free turn. Dogra has 3,500 health, so this takes a while. Somebody else dies, I'm gonna reset. Have any way to revive somebody at this point? That I was gonna reset, but I'm just gonna see what happens here. Being really merciful here. I think you should die this turn. Yep, alright. Well, I'm gonna have to do a bit of extra grinding at this point to make up for that, but that's not a that's fine. The main concern I'd have about kind of coming out of this fight with characters dead is Sharon getting over leveled. Because Sharon's now a beast person and is going to be evolving every time she levels up, and I have kind of a fairly set evolution route I want to take, in particular, so that she's a beast called a pixie when I get to a boss called Chaos. Should be coming up in about half an hour or so. Alright, so Sharon is, well, she's a Mustang, which means she should become a Pixie at the next level. I'll do another fight so that Benji and Keishura level up. Because, yeah, another little quirk here is that you can only level up once per fight, even if you have enough experience for multiple levels. You can only level up once, then you'll just be at 0 experience towards the next level, kind of, so until you're totally caught up. So this is going to be a pretty kind of weird next couple fights too, as far as having over-leveled mutants. So my mutants will have more health and be kind of doing better damage with their magic, but but Arthur and Sharon will be a bit behind. Wait, what happened to my meat drops? Anybody remember how many meat drops I was at? Was it like 31 or so? Accidentally hit a hotkey while I was trying to start up my calculator that I'm gonna later need. 36? Okay. Alright, so we're just gonna call it good. Maybe might take another fight or two for money, but good on experience at this point. Preemptive, so I'll just take it. Yeah, all 3 of the Final Fantasy Legend games actually had remakes that were only released in Japan. Legend 1 had a remake on the Wonder Swan and on mobile phones, and then 2 and 3 on the Nintendo DS. And then the remake of this game changed it in very significant ways, because it kind of made it a lot more like the first 2 games. As far as removing the traditional leveling system and having it just be about the kind of the saga evolution systems again. I really wish those games would get an official translation too. Especially the remake of Legend 1 kind of feels like it should be pretty trivial to take the port of it that was made for Japanese mobile phones and then just slap a English translation on it. Remaking DS games to play on like modern consoles and PCs I know is a bit more involved. Thanks for donation, MPK. Just doing a bit of a shortcut here, because we're supposed to take Laura back to Granny. But it's a little faster to go to the Talon, and then which then kicks us over directly to Granny's place, rather than walk all the way over. So now that that's done, we're basically done in the past. There's some side questy type stuff we could do, like planting a seed that kind of becomes a sentient tree that gives us hints later on. But the only required story objective is to defeat Dogra. I also, by the way, I didn't bother getting the Talon unit that Dogra was holding because it's actually not required. By the time you would actually need it, you actually have a better engine for the Talon. Staying this fight to get a drop that I can sell for money. And then we also got our water movement spell called Dive, or Salmon in Japanese, which I think makes a lot more sense with what the sprite for diving looks like. Over 1,000? Nice, nice. Thanks everybody for the generous donation. And I went into this thinking I'd be lucky to get to like $500 or so, but cracking 1,000 is got about 2 hours to go to. Legend 3, at least if you're playing Glitchless, is quite a bit longer than 1 and 2. So we go check in with Kronos, the elder. I think he's the elder of Ilan. And we kind of we're getting kind of a chain of quests set in motion here to eventually be able to go to the future, because now we need to go fight Ashura, who's back again from the first 2 games, to get a key that we need to get into another castle called the Castle of Chaos, which is where the future unit is. Donation counter. So I'm just gonna sell off all of my stuff I don't need, that I just picked up for selling. taking off the Ice 1 spells from the mutants so I can sell it. Take a save here just because there's an unrunnable refight with the water hag I could potentially run into underwater. This is optional, but especially just because my leveling is a little off, I'm going to pop in here to pick up a tear gas, which is a weapon we'll be using a lot more once we actually can buy them in the future. But I'm just going to grab one here just to help with the shirt. Stay right there, by the way. That particular fight I'm going to need later after Chaos. As part of kind of setting up my party for the second half of the game. Thanks for the donation, we forgot. Yep. Exactly. So in this tower, we're going to be doing some pretty heavy save scumming, just because most of the encounters here are almost impossible for me to run away from at the levels I'm at. This is where we're bringing back the save scum technology from Legend 1 for avoiding bad encounters. Which I promise exist, even though I'm not getting any right now, but that's definitely a good thing. Yeah, Chaos is the worst boss in the game for Glitchless, bar none. A lot of the routing for leading up to Chaos is just for the Chaos fight specifically. Also, get that yet? Spaced out there. I'm supposed to get that after Ashura. That chest I'm skipping just has like a synthesis crystal or something that's useless for my purposes. Alright, yeah, those mushroom enemies there are pretty much impossible for me to run from at my levels, so if I get one, I'm just gonna reset. Very, very lucky Ashura's tower, though. Lucky to not get a ambush there. But what I love to talk about with this series too is that Ashura gets progressively demoted in every game. Ashura was the kind of the fake final boss of the first game, and then was the boss of the first major story arc in Legend 2. But in this game, he's really just kind of a flunky for another boss called Chaos. Stop there, but get punished for it. Just to maximize my odds of success against Chaos, I'm going to be doing a really conservative strat for Ashura, because Ashura is pretty fast and is always going to go first, but Ashura can only do single target attacks, so as long as I'm using the guard mechanic on whoever last took damage, I can pretty much guarantee that nobody dies unless he crits. Like in a more serious attempt, I'd take a little more risk here too, where I'd have Arthur attack for a couple turns. Let's see. And then only switch to this strat after after I had to use an elixir or two to revive people, because elixirs in this game can revive the dead in battle. Basically trying to save all of my elixirs for chaos. Ow. Well, I guess we're going to be using one here. If that happens again, I'm going to reset. Ah, so many. Ah! 0 damage turn. Hate to see it. Getting somewhat close at this point. Especially with using the tear gas. Alright. Chaos key. My levels are a little funky here, because generally I want Sharon to be at least level 9 for chaos, but I got an early Earth Elemental meat drop and just opted to go for it, rather than risk not getting the drop on the go and having to stop the run and farm for it. Having over-leveled mutants should hopefully help enough to make up for that on chaos. It was a very kind tower though. Like, and they had one reset over a bad encounter there. Alright, so yeah, it was pretty smooth other than the crit at the start. Well, not really at the start, but just when it happened. So then use the money I got from Ashura to go buy more elixirs. Like I'll be having 5 for chaos. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I mean, if I actually killed something at this point, then Sharon would evolve again and not be a pixie anymore, which would be really bad for chaos. Because yeah, the reason Sharon being a pixie is so important is that pixies both have good agility and also resistance to the quake element. Kind of. The biggest thing that just makes chaos so awful, especially in a low-level situation like this, is that he has a full-party earthquake attack, and I have no means of full-party healing yet. Chaos always does Quake on the first turn, and since I know it's coming, I can do a turtle strat on the first turn to hedge it off. But then, kind of after that, if Chaos just spams a lot of Quakes, then I'm probably gonna lose. Yeah, then another thing about the Chaos fight too is that as part of the route, I actually want Sharon to get all of the experience from Chaos. So I actually have a calculator running on my PC to track how much damage I've done to Chaos, so that before I'm about to do the last hit, I can kill off everybody else except Sharon. Like a lot of other RPGs like this, the kind of experience from a fight is pooled up and then divided evenly among characters that are alive and not petrified. Keep the second half of that statement in mind for later, too. It's going to be pretty important. I do hope that Sharon being level 8 instead of 9 isn't going to be too big of a problem for agility, too, just because aside from the Quake resistance, the other reason why I want Sharon to be a pixie is so that she has good odds of outspeeding Chaos and getting heals off before he attacks. A little concerned about Chaos outspeeding her. Save scumming really kicking in earnest here too, just because there's enemies called Horuses in the upper part of Chaos's castle that are kind of like the mushrooms in Ashura's tower, are effectively unrunnable at my level. Some Psi armor there to give Sharon more agility. That fight is not unrunnable, but it's an ambush. Hey Jake Tanub. Yeah, this is the only one of the 3 Final Fantasy Legend games that I actually played as a kid. I've got very fond memories of playing it on family road trips to visit my grandparents. Along with Link's Awakening and Game Boy Donkey Kong. Yeah, once I'm past Chaos, though, the kind of the weirdness I'm dealing with as far as my character's levels being slightly off is gonna be a non-issue. Not want to mess around with those mask enemies just because they have a party-wide fire attack. Not a bad tower as far as the number of sets I had to do. 3 failures. Right, let's do this. I mean, let's reset until it's not an ambush. suppose. Since I know Quake is coming on the first turn, I guard in order to block it. At least on the squishier mutants. Starting to smell like a, but no, we're just gonna retry this. Be at a little bit of a disadvantage with Sharon being down a level. Yeah, I mean, Chaos is the biggest hurdle as far as a fight. Getting the robot parts is kind of the other big hurdle after this as far as getting a good time. Doesn't actually. I really might be here for a while, unfortunately. Yeah, that level I'm missing for Sharon that I can't give her without evolving her into the wrong form is putting her at risk of getting one-shot by Chaos's attacks. Got a free turn at least. Instead of in case of Quake. The Quake went off before Curtis got depetrified. Oof, nice. Yeah, I guess something I'm hitting, part of my calculator keys is resetting that. 37. Okay. Got like 20 hit points or so left at this point. I just need to stall until everybody except Sharon dies. I'm pretty scared about Chaos going before Sharon and then one-shotting her though with his headbutt though, so I think I'm gonna just let Arthur soak up some experience here. Better that than having to redo the fight completely. Oh, it worked out anyway, alright. Alright, so we were at 37 meets. Oh, alright, well, got past Chaos at least. And Benji getting petrified is actually a good thing too, because I actually want Benji and Keishura to get petrified relatively soon, just because I really don't need them for the rest of the game now, and them being petrified will make Darby and Phoebe level up twice as fast. Only 3 minutes behind my KS kill last week. Well, that's not bad, given how kind of wonky this run has been. But I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way, really, in the grand scheme of things, because as frustrating as the randomness in the first half of this run is, I do appreciate how it just kind of it effectively makes every run its own kind of unique beast. I have a set of goals that I'm looking to meet, and kind of how things play out to meet them, and what decisions I have to make. What kind of requires a lot of fast thinking and adaptation. Just taking this fight because I want Sharon to become a fiend, just like this thing I'm popping here. Oh, actually, I guess I could have taken that extra level. I guess, yeah, Sharon was a fairy instead of a pixie, and yeah, I could have taken her up to level 10 in order to make Chaos safer. Well, the more you know. Oh, did I get a beat drop from that last fight? I wasn't even paying attention. Okay, yeah. Okay, well, I feel very silly now that I didn't actually check what what race Sharon was, because yeah, if I'd have noticed that she was a fairy instead of a pixie, I would have just taken 2 extra fights or so to get her to level 10. Then she would have had like 80 more hit points or so for chaos, and it would have been a lot safer. But it worked out though. We're still on pace to make estimate. Estimate being 3-ish hours. Okay, I guess we're not doing that fight. Yeah, I don't know if if this game is like some Dragon Quest games where walking through a screen transition jacks up the odds of an encounter, or if it's just a placebo effect. Yeah, my PB is pretty outdated. I have yet to get the first half of the run to cooperate enough for a which is where most of the randomness is, to cooperate enough to kind of be at a good enough pace going into the second half of the game to get a PB, because I've got several minutes that I can save in the second half. But we'll get there. I mean, my when I'm at like this trilogy run I'm doing is kind of a special occasion, but normally when I'm doing streams on Sundays right now, it's doing runs of this game to try to beat my 2-hour and 42-minute personal best. So we're heading back to this ship here to try to find an evil eye encounter in order to try to get Benji paralyzed, or well, my other, or Keishara, I'm sorry, petrified. I had several evil eyes that I ran into before Chaos where I couldn't really take advantage of them. Hey Atratus, yeah, same. Very fun childhood memories of playing this game. I believe jumping does raise the encounter rate to kind of compensate for that you're moving faster. Can't run from water hags, so. And I'm trying to get a fight with an evil eye, so I can get my other mutant character petrified. Not a terribly rare encounter here. It's a little obnoxious that I haven't seen one yet. If anybody's wondering too, why don't I just do it myself? It's because spells that cause status effects in this game, if you use them on your own characters, will cure that status instead of causing it. So if I got the stone spell, I can't actually petrify my own characters. I have to have a monster do it. The reason why I want that is so that Arthur and Sharon will level up twice as fast for the rest of the game. Not who I want to see get petrified. I mean, I don't actually have to win this fight. If, in fact, you know what? Let's see, I generally like to try to win that fight, so that I get some experience off of it, but, I was not in good shape there at all with, not having killed any of the enemies yet, and, Sharon being confused. Alright, so now we put the future unit to use. So the future is not really, it's pretty oblique place. It's kind of like the future in Chrono Trigger, only instead of the world being ruined by a parasite alien, in this game the world's being ruined by flooding waters, so there isn't really a whole lot of dry land left. But when we go to the future, now we can actually buy tear gas in large quantities. Yeah, we've got a number of story triggers we need to hit at this point. Excuse me, as far as kind of finding out that the unit for the Talon that we need in order to go to Pure Land, which is another dimension where the water that's flooding our world is coming from. In order to go there, we need a unit called X-Plane, and that X-Plane was taken by another villain named Maitreya to Floatland, which is a floating island. And in order to get to Floatland, we need a rocket to take us there. And a couple other, and we also need to get reunited with some of our friends from from the present too, But before we kind of finish all of that up, we're going to be doing a fair bit of level grinding, because this is a kind of a point where we're able to grind extremely efficiently by using tear gas. Pretty much everything that we fight as we go here can be one shot by tear gas unless it defends. Now, Maitreya is also spelled a little differently in this game compared to Final Fantasy 1. There was kind of a subplot we didn't really interact with much too, in that there was a disease spreading earlier on too that kind of turns people into water hags. I think it's pretty heavily inspired by H.P. Lovecraft with like people turning into deep ones, and this is kind of FFL3's version of that. So quick pop into Moo there in order to get a helmet for Sharon that makes her faster. Hey, Gamer Plebs, thanks for the generous donation. See if I can take this one before... I don't actually need any beat drops for the whole rest of the game, but we'll still be counting them for my donation purposes. I'm here yet. So the village of Darm, where we started the game, has been lost to the rising waters, so we're heading to New Darm. We're gonna go get reunited with Myron, who now claims he's too old to fight anymore, even though, I mean, he's probably only like in his late 30s or so at this point. But you do you, I guess. He gives us the password to get into the Viper City base, which is square spelled backwards. What I am looking to see as part of this grind too is robot parts, which is a new mechanic for this game. Because in addition to meat drops, which first evolve a character into a beast person and then later into a monster, you have robot parts, which take you to a cyborg and then a robot. And then we as part of this route, we want Arthur to eventually become a robot, because robots' stats are completely tied to spending money on special capsules to raise them. That's how we're going to kind of make it work out, that even though Arthur is kind of far under-leveled, that he's still going to be able to fight effectively. Also, we get to meet Dion here. At the very beginning of the game, we met two children from Darm named Faye and Dion, and we see that they're grown up now. Hey, Croonin, welcome in. So we get all the equipment I'm buying here is primarily to make people faster. And my two mutants are gonna be statues for the rest of the game at this point, so I'm just taking off all of their gear so I can sell it. Yeah, Einsburn. These games were the first in the Saga series. but were renamed to Final Fantasy in North America to try to make them sell better. It's because Final Fantasy at the time was Squaresoft's best-known game. Yep. EB's or special kind of mutant. Hey Ryu, welcome in. Look. Hey Peach Synapse, thanks for the donation. Alright, so we've pretty much hit all of the story triggers we need to now in order to go to Floatland, but I need to finish my level grind and make some other preparations. So just gonna use up the rest of my tear gases to fight stuff, and then go buy some more, and then keep grinding. I'm looking for Sharon to be level 19 before I go to Floatland. Ideally getting 2 robot parts for Arthur, too. If I don't get them before I go to Floatland, I can get them after I go there, but it's somewhat slower. Hey, tree squirrel. Well, if a donation goes through, you'll see it on my layout above my timer. Guest party members do not soak experience. They also can't level up, too. It's just like guest characters in Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. The next game made by the people that made this one. Yep. Lizman, and then we're gonna have Liz Duke and Liz King later, too. Sadly, no Liz Queen. No, 4th characters never level up. The only changes that you can make to them is that if they have empty equipment slots, you can put stuff in those slots, but then you can't take it off afterwards. So you don't want to equip stuff onto guest characters unless you really know what you're doing. I will be doing that for my final guest character to give him some better armor for the final boss. Let's go buy some more tear gas. And there's you have a limit of 9 loose items that you can hold. And I'm able to kind of cheat that by buying tear gases and then equipping them and then buying more, so that I don't technically have more than 9 in my inventory. Alright, so while I'm continuing my level grind, I'm actually going to be making some pit stops at some shipwrecks, because there's shipwrecks on the floor of the ocean that have treasure in them, and I'm going to be hitting up 3 of them to get 3 pieces of equipment that I'll be selling. If we have a monster defend, then I'll just have Dion kill it next turn. Dion is really, really good. Guest characters in this game generally kind of join you at power levels that your whole party is kind of roughly expected to be at this point in a casual playthrough. No, I haven't played any of the remakes of any of these games. Many of them got official English translations, hint hint, Square Enix. I would definitely be down for it. The remake of this game is very, very different too. It kind of makes it a lot more like the first two games. Definitely like to start seeing some robot part drops soon. Kind of debated for this trilogy run. Oops, I don't know where to go here. Using the route that my PB used from 2017, where which instead doesn't use robots and does a second beast instead. But I think this route is just a lot more interesting as far as kind of showing a lot more of what you can do in this game, so how the robot route goes. Hey, Surreal, come in. A lot of chances for robot parts here. Yeah, I know there's a English fan translation. Like I think there's a complete one for Saga 2 DS, then like a partially complete one for Saga 3 DS. Hey, all right, robot cactus. Ideally, I get another cactus part for my second one, because then that, and also. I also don't want to get it until Darby is level 15 or 16. Because the level, the level of the robot that you evolve into is based on character's level at the time. Yeah, my other thing is I just really don't like playing games on emulator unless it's for like speedrun practice or routing science or stuff too. I was gonna casually play a, especially an RPG, I'd really rather do it on console. Well, my hope is that there would be an official translation of some sort. I mean, it's a pipe dream, but that would be what I'd really like to see, is like kind of real translations of Saga 1 Wonder Swan and Saga 2 and 3 DS. 39 is actually higher than I was expecting. I was kind of expecting the total for all three games to be like in the high 20s or low 30s. Saving some tear gas there by just petrifying the enemies instead. Stone is a really good skill in this game too. There's not really a lot of random encounter enemies this game that are immune to being petrified. Yeah, once Darby hits 15, that's where I really want to see that second robot part drop. I'm basically the robot farm that I really want to have on Arthur/Darby is called a guard. It's kind of a spider-style mech. It's got a nice attack that I'd be using on the next few bosses after I get it, but it also has a passive ability that automatically cures status ailments in between turns. I can make the route work with a different robot, but Guard is the one that I kind of really specifically want to see. Let's do stone. Thanks for donation, Senators. It was kind of a struggle for me to figure out too, just because the documentation for cyborgs and robots isn't that good compared to the Beastman and Monster route, but the best way that I understand it at this point is that there's two columns instead of four, and then using one of them will jump you to the other column. So kind of to get the form that I want both of my drops to be from the same column on the table in the documentation. The cactus part that I got in the ship is on, I believe, on the right column, which is what most of the cyborgs and robots I fight here are. Okay, so 15 now, so I'd like to see another cactus part drop here, because that'll give me the guard form. I don't specifically need a guard robot part. Really anyone will do, but if I get a cactus or a guard, which I don't even have access to yet, those are on Floatland, that'll give me what I'm looking for. 600 away. Two more fights should get Sharon to level 19. And that's the level I'm looking for to before kind of actually progressing the story. Also a place where the fact that the random encounters are based on frames instead of on a step route can frequently lead to me not getting enough encounters when I'm trying to grind. Alright, let's go do some shopping. Dash I need. Mage armor, which gives confusion immunity, which I always do this too, just out of force of habit. This is the one place where I go to the item shop next instead of the weapon shop. We're gonna buy some capsules for robots. I'm gonna feed them to Arthur, even though he is not a robot yet. Stat gains from these capsules will be over to when he becomes a robot. When Arthur eventually becomes a robot, he's gonna have over 1,000 HP and a pretty good attack stat. Snag a few more tear gas. $701 away. So, because I don't have the second robot part yet, this is where I'm going to basically farm for it. Encounter rate 4 robots is very good on Floatland Overworld. If I don't get the part, though, I'm going to reset. Well, I guess I probably shouldn't have reset that one, actually, because I got an item drop for it, too, which is more money. But I'd really like to get the second part before Arthur reaches level 17, because then he'll become a different robot that's not quite as good as the guard. I do have one. I did get one spare tear gas. Good to how many I need for boss fights for the rest of. Count that meat drop. Next one, I'll try using stone instead of tear gas. Udusas are kind of immune to being petrified. Point now, because yeah, characters that are dead can't use meat or robot parts. This is the pretty big downside to this route, though. Over the 2 Beastman route is the needing to get the 2 robot parts. I mean, it's not unheard of to just kind of get them on the go. It's part of the level grind before Floatland, but I do have yet to have a run where at least a run where I don't get clobbered by chaos where that happens. We get to jam out to the Talon theme, which is also the overworld theme for Floatland, and then later Pure Land as well. Alright, this one I definitely petrify all of them. Try pausing and playing the Twitch player. Alright, there we go. I got the Beguiler. Well, it's... I would have needed the other robot to drop the parts, but yeah, this is not the robot that I want, but it's good enough to keep going. It's generally going to be faster to just roll with the Beguiler than keep resetting over trying to get the part I need to become the guard. Yeah, the Beguiler still benefits from all of the stat pills that I got, but the true drawbacks are that its melee skill isn't as good as the guards, and it also it has some kind of annoying elemental weaknesses. Alright, so we have 2 orders of business on Floatland. The first is to find the remote control for the Talon that just kind of got lost in these ruins on Floatland. The second one is to fight Maitreya and get the X-Plane unit for the Talon. Yeah, that's why I want the robot, is because it lets me remove the fact that Arthur's behind on levels as an issue. Like I gave most of the experience of that kind of where it mattered to Sharon. But making Arthur a robot and then just using the stat pills to raise his stats makes him still able to fight. Hey, Ubisoft. Yeah, that sounds interesting. I mean, it was literally the same team that made this game that made Mystic Quest, or at least like a significant chunk of that team. I think it was only about a 1-year difference after this game before Mystic Quest came out. All right, so then once we're past this point where we've finished our grinding and evolved Arthur into the robot, the rest of this run is going to kind of play out a lot like the runs of Final Fantasy Legends 1 and 2, where I'm just kind of just moving from story beat to story beat and boss to boss, and not having to grind or farm for stuff, and just kind of the rest of the route will mostly take care of itself. So, I believe I want Sharon to be I think a siren for fighting Maitreya, but that you have to fight like 5 fights to get that. It's not worth it. picking up some more equipment that I'll just be selling for money. This kind of shrine theme that's also used for Matreya's Tower has really grown on me too. I really like the the irregular beat that this track has. Silly cutscene fight here that's just there to separate the rest of us from Dion. Being removed from the party does somewhat increase my odds of getting ambushed, so DC. Hidden door. Okay. Stating it like it is. All right. So pop 2 tear gases right away to take down Ray's flunkies. And this is where having the Beguiler instead of the guard starts to hurt a bit too, just because Beguiler is weak against ice, lightning, and wind, I believe. I need to be a lot more aggressive with healing than Arthur. Try to find Matreya though. There we go. Okay, because yeah, Matreya is the only boss in the game that's not immune to the blind status. And then the Beguiler's dash attack there is also a bit weaker than the guard's equivalent attack, so I'm losing about 100 damage or so per hit there. I get that a lot, actually. I mean, our turn-based role-playing games on the original Game Boy do definitely have a kind of a common look and feel. I think using a flamethrower against Matreya there. Whenever I'm healing, too, I'm switching out to the side dagger because it's +5 agility, just to try to ensure that Sharon goes before Matreya. Unfortunately, sleep it doesn't work on me because of the plumes I have equipped. Alright, last couple turns have been pretty good. Alright, Matria Bone. Oh, no, it's the radio I use. Say, the game doesn't let you come here without the radio, because you'd be soft locked then. Now we use our remote control for the town. Yeah, what Nemesis said. I mean, agility is just so important. I mean, it's important for running away from regular encounters, but then for bosses, it's really important as far as like particular healers going first, so that I can heal reactively instead of proactively. Back to Vector Pulsar here to get my MP refilled. Alright, and then because I have the Beguiler instead of the Guard, I need to invest a little more in status cure items. Hey, Weegraph, welcome in. Alright, and now that we've gotten the X-Plane unit, now we can actually kind of take the fight to the other dimension where the water that's flooding ours is coming from. Hey, Peachy Synapse, yeah. The only track in this game's soundtrack that kind of grates on me a bit is the cave theme, just because it's a pretty short and repetitive loop. I'd say it kind of depends on what you're looking for in a first Saga game. Like, I think of the ones on the Game Boy, I think this is the, Sorix. Yeah, I think we'll do that one. I think this is the most kind of casual-friendly of the Game Boy Saga games, because, if you don't really get the hang of the meat and robot part system, you can also you can just ignore it and just grind levels with your starter human and mutant characters. But as far as more but at the same time, this is also still a game made in 1990, so I mean, it doesn't really hold your hand with a lot of stuff. There's kind of newer games like the Saga Frontier remaster and like Saga Scarlet Graces and Saga Emerald Beyond and then like Romancing Saga 2 remake that I haven't played. I've only played Saga Frontier remaster, but I imagine that the very new Saga games have a lot of tutorials and other quality of life stuff. Oh, congrats, Jake. I really enjoyed my time with the Trials of Mana remake. I had fun with the Secret of Mana remake, but it definitely could have been better, for sure. So to fight Fenrir now, who's another boss that's considerably scarier because of Arthur being weak against certain elements. Well, we did have the first two games in Limit Break 2024 with a certain friend of ours, but I am definitely planning to submit this game to next year's Limit Break. Not going to submit the other two, though. So did them. Poison ability. Yeah, I think I'm under-leveled, actually. If I have to reset here, I might try taking 2 fights. Sharon should have the poison ability. Gonna hope don't flood it this turn. Good. Forgive that horrible pun. Just this once though. Dying here. Go first, thank you. Fight is extremely scary if I have the big Eiler instead of the guard. I think I'm probably screwed here. Oh, maybe not. Well, we're gonna have to do some grinding to catch up, but about to get a pretty OP character. In hindsight, it might have been faster overall to just fight Fenrir again after doing some backup. Trying to at least get level 21 for sure, and we'll just roll with it. I mean, all this extra grinding I'm gonna have to do to catch up at least should make sure I don't have any money problems. Yes, I've played DQ3 HD and definitely recommend it. No, nothing involving difficulty was required to get platinum in DQ3 HD. So Fei, also known as actually Nemesis in the Japanese version, like all the guest characters, is quite good. I wouldn't say she's quite as good as Dion, at least as far as like damage, but she's got some very good healing spells and a lot of good health and defense. Oh yeah, Toripo, yeah. Rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. I mean, Toriyama had nothing to do with this game, but I definitely see the resemblance. Often selling the fire shield for now. I'm going to be fighting extra stuff to catch up on levels. I guess not, because I need the extra money to afford the Cure A spell. Finally have a means of party-wide healing now. I tried to do some funny business on Guha, actually, to try to kill off Arthur to funnel the experience to Sharon. Actually, well, she's the right. Well, actually, no, she's the right. She needs to be for. She is Blitz. Let's run just to make sure. No, this is definitely not a completionist category. I guess I don't even know offhand what the HP max is, but it doesn't really take a lot to get 4 digits of HP with robots, which is a big part of why I'm using them. Or using one, I should say. I basically just had to buy a bunch of HP pills in order to get Darby's max HP to over 1,000. It's kind of the overall philosophy of this route is to try to funnel experience to Sharon, who's a beast person, and then kind of make up Arthur being underleveled by using robot stat capsules instead. We're becoming extra cool now. At least the game can display 4 digits of damage and healing, even if it can't actually display how much health you have. This is the first time we're going to be using a skill called Blitz, which lowers the target's agility by 10. I'm gonna be using that in a number of bosses in the rest of the game to make them guaranteed to go last every turn. Like once I've blitzed Guha 3 times, then he's always gonna go last. I also like to refer to this boss as the Mouth Elemental. Because yeah, once we get into Pure Land and start fighting otherworldly masters like this guy, this is where the Lovecraftian horror inspiration starts to ratchet it up too. One of the complaints I do have about this game, even both casually and as a speedrun, is I do think the bosses have too much health. The fights drag on, because most of these boss fights are not really that much slower than they would be in a casual playthrough, like where you have a full party of properly leveled characters too, like Guha has 10,000 HP. Same that Fenrir, the last boss, had. At least the boss theme in this game is really, really good, so we're going to jam out to it for a while. Yeah, the next boss after this one is 16,000 HP. Next boss doesn't quite feel like as much of a slog because the damage I do is going to be jumping up quite a bit. When I get spare turns with Sharon that I don't need to heal, I'm having her cast the fast spell on Arthur. Fast works kind of like in Final Fantasy 1 in this game, where instead of kind of making you act faster, it makes you attack more times per turn. So it's more simple in this game in that it just increases your attack power by, I think, 5. Zagor has 46,000 health. Zagor being the final boss. The Cure A spell I'm using here is like casting the Cure 2 spell on your entire party. I believe it heals 30% of your max health. Alright, there we go. No, I'm just using a normal Super Nintendo controller. It looks like Turbo because in this game, actually, if you hold the select button, it it causes whatever input you're doing to kind of effectively be Turbo Fire. It works both on the D-pad and on like the A and B buttons. So if I just want to repeat what I did the previous turn, I just hold select and A and it will just turbo mash all the inputs. Alright, so, taking out one of the first masters of Pure Land called Guha, and we meet Sage Boozy, who's one of the crew members for the Talon, but more importantly, we get the Durand, short for Durandal, first Mystic Sword. Mystic Swords just being very, very good weapons, especially against late game bosses where it ignores resistance that they have to traditional weapons. Yeah, Durand is not the best Mystic Sword by any means, but it's still a huge upgrade over what I was doing before. Because you notice, yeah, before I was doing about 400, 500 damage per hit, depending on how many fasts I'd stacked on. Now we're doing over 1,000. So even though this boss has 16,000 health, about 60% more than the previous one, this fight doesn't feel like quite as much of a slog. This boss has some interesting anatomy too, where it has 2 lower jaws but only 1 upper jaw. Yeah, most of the side quests in Pure Land are about finding these crew members for the Talon, and then taking advantage of what they offer you. Like I think they all open various kinds of shops on the Talon that you can take advantage of to synthesize the best magic and equipment in the game. It's been many years since I've played this casually, so I don't really remember what any of them do, but just, yeah. Like, there's a lot of chests in the game that have crystals, like crystals based on the 4 elements and on light and dark. And what those crystals do is you can trade them to Talon crew members in exchange for items and magic that you can't get elsewhere. Yes, that's one of the glitches that's not allowed in glitchless runs. But yeah, if Dahak is not at full health and then uses a single target swallow on a character and then heals himself for more than his max health, and that causes him to just die instantly because of an HP overflow glitch. But my favorite thing about that glitch too is that it was actually discovered by a Japanese runner doing a glitchless run. No, the run doesn't interact with the Talon crew members at all. We basically just use the Mystic Swords that we get as part of the story, and just healing spells that we're able to get from shops. Yeah, and the guard mechanics sometimes too. I know when I first played this as a kid too, I do distinctly remember not being able to beat Guha, and then because you can actually come here before beating Guha, but then if you do Guha first, then you're in for a bit of a nasty surprise, in that you can't actually enter this dungeon until after you've rescued Sage Boozy, which requires beating Guha. Yeah, I think Casually, at least, Guha is quite a bit harder of a boss than Dahak. We have some very light puzzles here too, where we just have to push rocks around to block waterfalls and cause a major ecological disaster nearby to drain water that's blocking our way to the next region in the world. Just grabbing some loose equipment here to sell for money. Hey, Tigerian. Yeah, that's something that just really fun about playing these 3 games back to back too, is just being able to see the evolution of the series over the course of 3 full games. Oh, and yeah, and then this dungeon kind of got reused to become the Bone Dungeon in Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. I forget if this was a thing in Mystic Quest, though. Ouch. Knocking your head if you try to jump when you're under the bones. Yeah, since there's no encounters in these puzzle rooms, you just really get to jam out to the shrine theme here too, which, like I said earlier, I'm a big fan of because of the really irregular beat. Something that's very, very uncommon in a chiptune soundtrack like this. Yeah, 5/4 time, yeah. Very cameo by an amazing field sprite, by the way, here too. That always reminds me of Barney the dinosaur. But now we get a little bit of a break in obscenely high health bosses too, because Jormungandr the worm here only has 4,000 health. We gave the Durandal to Sharon just because we want her to get all the XP from this fight. It's not really worth attacking with anything other than the Durandal too, just because Jormungandr has a bunch of resistance to like regular weapons and stuff. But easy peasy, that was pretty solid. Didn't really have to stall out waiting for Arthur to die. Again, doing that just because Arthur's level just doesn't really matter that much. Because he's a robot, and robot stats are driven by spending money on robot stat pills rather than your level. So it's because of how low health Jormungandr is compared to other bosses around this period, it works out to just give all the experience to Sharon to give her a boost, because her level does matter. Make some more units for the Talon, because I mentioned quite a while ago that I didn't need to get the unit that Dogra, the first major boss, was holding, because by the time I'd have a chance to use it, I'd have a better one anyway. Well, this is where I get the better one. Oh yeah, I guess that's a good point, Crow. I mean, yeah, leveling up would let me evolve to a better robot form, but I am not planning to do that, so it would basically be a waste of experience. Oh yeah, and then story-wise too, we crashed our one-of-a-kind magical time machine, and then what do? We just go to the next town over and get another one. We just kind of give our units to the first group of people that came from our world to Pure Land, and then they have their own version of the Talon that the units all work with. And come here to get the Excalibur, which is I believe the best of the 4 Mystic Swords, and and for Glitchless it is required. In a non-Glitchless run, right around here is where we would actually do a sequence break too, because the main story beat for the rest of the game is that the leaders of this world, that are the ones that are responsible for flooding ours, are in the continent to the north of where I am now, and there's a barrier protecting that continent that I can't get through with the Talon at this point. So I'm kind of going to go through the underworld to get on the other side of the barrier, and But there's a glitch where you can actually run into the barrier and then interrupt the game pushing you away by going into the Talon's cockpit, and then you can just get out. That completely skips the next stuff, couple errands that I'm about to run. And the other major glitch that's not used in this category too is a money underflow glitch, where if you have kind of more money stolen from you by certain enemies that could steal your money than you have, that will underflow your gold, and you'll have effectively unlimited money. Oh, you did the Pure Land barrier skip as a kid? Nice. I never figured out any of the glitches in this game as a kid. But yeah, then if you have unlimited money, you could then you can buy just all the robot pills you could possibly want, and like hit multiple robots all with max stats, which is what the any percent route does. It gets 2 robots with fully maxed out stats. A0 shift, yeah, music in this game is so good for an old school Game Boy game. Some robot pills to make Arthur very, very fast. So fortunately, I'm more or less past the parts of the game now where having the Beguiler robot form for Arthur/Darby instead of the guard form, which is the optimal one, really matters. Like it made the Fenrir fight really sketchy because of being weak to some of his attacks, and like the fact that I was doing less damage kind of stunk against both him and Guha. But now that I have Mystic Swords, and by the time Arthur's elemental weaknesses would matter again, I'll be able to get a shield that negates it. Yeah, it's a lot smoother from here. So yeah, we get reunited with Dion, who split up with us after we came to Pure Land, and he becomes our new guest character. And also, yeah, shoutouts to this great underworld theme too. It doesn't really go anywhere, but the really good part of the theme is the very start. Here after every fight. Let's grab a safety save here too, just because I believe there's a rare chance that I might have to refight Jormungandr. Also, anyone doesn't like flashing lights, by the way, you might want to avert your eyes for about the next like minute or 2 minutes or so until I'm through this cave. More offensive of a flash than the damage effects in the previous games. Alright, we're done with it. Yeah, running into Jormungandr again would be a lot of experience, but it would mean having to do 4,000 damage again, which is not too good for me. Alright, so now we're going to get Phoebe caught up a little bit, because we're in the Dwelg village here. And we can, if we talk to Dwelgs without using the morph spell, they attack us. And this works out. These fights, unless I get crit, these fights work out to be a pretty fast way to just get to win fights, which, because like I've said a couple times, you can only level up once per one fight in this game. And if you have more experience, if you have like multiple levels worth of experience, then you'll just need to win another fight to get caught up. So as long as I don't get crit, I can one turn the kind of fighting the Dwelg here. I'm just doing this to get Sharon caught up on levels so that she's a very nice and fast beast form for the next boss. Like how the Dwelg sprite is kind of nightmare fuel too. Kind of reminds me a bit of the aliens from Mars Attacks too. And this feral underground city, by the way, has a shopping mall. So we're gonna basically stock up on pretty much all the healing items we should need for the rest of the game. Yeah, it's. I would definitely say that for like regular encounters, at least, this Final Fantasy Legend 2 is the best sprite work, and a big part of that is that they kind of a choice the developers for this game made was to make it so that they don't use stacks of monsters anymore. Like you see a sprite for each monster that's in the battle. And kind of the trade-off for that is that because this is a Game Boy game with a small screen, they have to make the monster sprite smaller to fit more on the battlefield. Already got the pills I need, but I do definitely need that end trip before we're fighting Agron. Yeah, and we transformed into a Dwelg right in front of that guard, and then bragged about how we deceived him without making sure he was out of earshot, too. That last town I was in, by the way, too, is actually where you could go say hi to the family from Final Fantasy Legend 2, actually. Kind of a fun little cameo. If I ever run this for like RPG Limit Break or another charity marathon, I'll probably make that a donation incentive just to have something for the game other than naming the characters, which is all over at the very start. A scarf there, which is actually a circlet in the Japanese version, which I believe is confuse resistance. We meet a fellow that we haven't seen since the prologue to the game too, named Borgen, who's eventually going to be our final 5th character. Now we just kind of just say hi to him and he takes off. But anyway, so yeah, we went through the underworld in order to get under the barrier that was blocking off the it's called Mount Goat, which is the final dungeon, and so now we're heading into this shrine where the controls for the barrier are. Because even though we're inside the barrier, there's mountains in front of it, so we need and we need to be able to bring the Talon onto this continent in order to get to Mount Goat. To be technical, we don't actually have a means of getting across mountains yet, but we'll be getting that soon enough too. Yeah, Mount Greatest of all time. Alright. Actually, might help if I actually equip the scarf. I caught that before actually the fight started. So even though the side dagger is a pretty much useless weapon for doing damage at this point, I'm still equipping it whenever I on characters that aren't actually going to be fighting with weapons, just to get the +5 agility bonus. Because for this fight, Sharon outspeeding the boss is really, really important. This scene was a pretty big shock to me as a kid playing this too, that Jan actually has a bomb installed in his body that he uses to take out the barrier machine. I always like to say that Aggron would make a great Halloween costume because your whole family could be part of the costume. Need a bunch of blankets and screaming demonic face masks. Oh, nice, Hessian. Kind of hope to see some free turns via Aggron using status conditions that don't work. We really, really want to see Phoebe outspeeding Aggron, get those heals off faster. Probably worth pointing out, too, that another kind of interesting thing about this game compared to the previous two is there's actually no randomness at all with damage rolls. How much damage, like, your weapons and abilities do is just is purely fixed, just based on your stats and ability and your level. Thanks for the donation, Riley Joe. Kind of a weird sequence of events there where Aggron went first and then silenced Sharon before she could Probably gonna have to restock elixirs before the final dungeon. That's right. I've had some... I mean, yeah, because, I mean, I only really have characters die here if Agron outspeeds Phoebe. This is a fight, too, where the robot route is quite a bit safer than the 2 Beastman route, too, just because Sharon's a couple levels higher here, and the odds of getting outsped by Agron are quite a bit lower. This fight is really, really trolly, though, tonight. So many outspeeds. Yeah. So now Sharon's a Liz King, which is going to be her final form. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the bosses in this game do not mess around. I mean, I think this game as a whole is easier than the first two casually, but not to say it's a total cakewalk. All right, so we've now gotten the. I did get the Sora unit. Yeah, but it's a mistake I've only made once as far as warping out without actually having the Sora unit, which lets you go over mountains. Oh, I also picked up the shield unit too back in Talonberg, which lets me avoid random encounters when I'm on the Talon. So we just have one. So we now have access to the final dungeon, but before we go there, little shopping we need to do here. A Borani? Not quite Pokemon, but it's on the Game Boy at least. Ideally, I would those shields be all I'd buy here, but it's fun. But I'm just gonna refill my elixirs too for safety. Should be plenty. Just before. Yep. These games are called Final Fantasy, but they're also part of the Saga series, which later went on to have games like Romancing Saga and Saga Frontier. But the first 3 games, which were released on the original Game Boy, were called Final Fantasy. In North America to boost their sales, just because at the time the first Final Fantasy game on the NES was Squaresoft's best known RPG. Alright, so we're climbing Mount Goat to go to Goat Castle, which is where Zagor, the ruler of Pure Land is. When I played this game as a kid, though, I do remember being kind of surprised when I finally got to go to Pure Land that it has like towns and friendly NPCs and stuff. That it's not just a hell world, kind of like Dimension X and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or something like that. But I guess not everybody here is down with the plans of Zagor. It's not explained super well in the dialogue too. It probably is in the DS remake, but kind of the understanding I have too is that Zagor is kind of is the water, basically. That kind of Zagor is a primeval water deity that's flooding. That's responsible for our world being flooded. But why exactly? I really couldn't tell you though. Oh yeah, and our dad's brain is the CPU for the Talon. That's just kind of a little throwaway line like that. That's another thing that I'm sure is probably elaborated on better in the DS remake. Yeah, if you fully explore Pure Land 2, there's actually a hole in the middle of the ocean, it's heavily implied and then later confirmed in the ending that that the water is going into that hole and then coming out the Pure Land water entity in our world. Sweet final dungeon music here that we got a little taste of before Jormungandr. This place is actually quite short, if you know where you're going. Like, Chaos's Castle, I'd say, is probably the longest dungeon in the game. Got a couple important minor detours we're going to be making here to get some ribbons, which, in addition to raising magic defense, kind of like in other Final Fantasy games, give you status immunity, which is really, really, really important for the last two boss fights. If I had the guard robot form for Darby, I'd only need 2 ribbons, just because Darby would be self-curing status conditions between turns. But since I don't, I'm gonna get the 3rd ribbon, which is not that far out of the way. Calculator ready. Because there's 2 more bosses. There's Balor, who's Zagor's right-hand demon, and then Zagor itself. And for Balor, I actually do not want Sharon to survive the fight, so that she stays with Liz King for Zagor, because the kind of the lizard man family of beasts have access to the Blitz skill, which is really, really nice for bosses in this game, because it lets you debuff their agility to the point that they're guaranteed to go last every turn. We're throwing on some diamond shields to get resistance to a number of elements. That kind of erases the natural elemental weaknesses that the Beguiler robot form that Darby is. Go time. 34,000 health, which I need to track with a calculator. Let's see, and it's 47 meat drops if I accidentally reset the meat counter again. Calculator. To not get a preemptive QA. Balor is quite fast. It takes 5 blitzes to make him slower than me. It's number 2. That was number 3. For 5. Alright, so Balor is now slower than me. DK virus is 2 random status effects. If you don't have ribbons, this attack is devastating, and if you do, it's a free turn. A drawback to this route compared to the 2 Beastman route, by the way, is that I can't afford Cure B, which is the best healing spell in the game. If I had that, I'd only need 1 dedicated healer. Because I don't have it, I have to sometimes do a double A. If I had access to Cure B, I also wouldn't need... I'd also likely be able to get away without buying that diamond armor I got before coming here, too. Because, again, gives me some very nice elemental resistances. Especially for Darby, who would otherwise... lose like, I don't know, like 70% or so of his health to some of these attacks these bosses are using. Yeah, shoutouts to Valor's head looking like a banana too. Maybe that's maybe this is what maybe Valor is in on the banana smuggling operation from the second game too. Chill down a little bit here to try to get Sharon killed off. This is where I don't want to see DK virus. Like a really fast Valor fight involves not really having to stop the fight and stall for die. Next turn, I think. No, this turn. All right, nice. All right, I only had to stall 1 turn. Again, the reason I did that was because Sharon is a beast person, and she automatically evolves forms every time she levels up. And I don't want that to happen here, because if she evolved at this point, she'd lose access to the Blitz ability, which is how I make bosses slower than me. Yeah, Balor could be the evil man behind the evil man, behind the evil man, behind the evil man, behind the banana smuggling schemes. Well, I always keep forgetting how long this fight takes, so we might have a chance to squeak in a sub 3-hour run, which would be pretty sweet. I mean, all 3 of my runs were below estimate. Alright, so we get to the top and find out that Saul, who's basically the god of our world, sealed Zagor, who's the god of this world, inside himself, and now he wants us to kill both of them. But before we actually get going with the fight proper, I'm going to be doing a metric ton of buffing, because all these buffs can carry over to the Zagor fight proper. I'm going to be doing a total of 13 turns of this, with casting fast on Darby to raise his attack power and Shell on Phoebe to raise her defense. Let's see, this should be turn number 5. 6. So, yes, they last throughout the fight. Even if you die and come back, you don't lose stat buffs. 8. This is not just pure time investment to the amount you have to do a certain amount of damage to Saul in one turn in order to trigger Zagor to appear, and then that number at the start is higher than you could reasonably do. But it goes down every turn. Let's turn to this. Four turns of doing both buffs on Sharon. Thanks for the 47 donation for 47 meat drops. Yeah, this is the final boss of the trilogy. So yeah, there will not be any more meat drops. I've been counting super well too, so erring on the side of caution here. Because in addition to raising our attack power a lot, we're also trying to raise everybody's defense enough so that Zagor cannot one-shot them unless he crits. I overdid it a little bit. Oh wow! Thanks for the 470 BDGFEP. I'll be donating the same amount after we're done here too. $10 per meat drop. With that, it's time to jam out to the Zagor theme. Zagor is somewhat slower than Balor, so it actually only takes 3 blitzes instead of 5 to make him go last every turn. I missed with the first one, so that's number 1. Thanks, Nemesis. Number 2. And then we get a little last touch to really make this final boss fight just really epic and memorable, which is that the Talon actually joins you and attack. Because something we didn't actually see during the run is that if you get random encounters with the Talon, because of not having the shield equipped, the Talon actually has other weapons that it can use. It'll just use. It has a weapon that it'll use at the start of the fight to do a bunch of damage to all enemies. And during the Zagor fight, the Talon attacks every turn with whatever the strongest weapon unit you found is. So I made a little detour when I went to the town of Cirrus to get the pass for the Underworld to pick up the laser weapon, which gives me an extra 200 damage per turn, which with how long this fight is, does add up. Yeah, Technomagus, yeah. Kind of, yeah, it's for an old game on the Game Boy with kind of such limited resources, the developers really made a good package. That's for sure. Casually, at least. I mean, like I said at the start, I think the other 2 games make better speed runs than this one, at least glitchless. But this game has plenty of charm too. And it's like, yeah, sub 3 isn't happening, but well, should be barely over 3 hours. There's a slightly stronger Talon weapon called the E-Ray that I could have gotten to, but that's actually pretty far out of the way and just, yeah, not worth it all. DK Force, if I didn't do all the defense buffing during the Sol phase, could one-shot characters. Yeah, Lit X is why I got the diamond shields and boots too, just because that gives resistance to that. I'd be in a world of hurt if he spammed Lit X without having that protection, especially for with having the form for Darby that's weak to lightning. Yeah, Talon getting crit is extra swag. Talon killing the final boss is ultimate swag, too. If anybody's concerned about the lack of mouths on the final boss of this game, by the way, after what came before, don't worry, that's going to change once Dagger defends. Once we've got all of the buffs and debuffs established, really this just comes down to, do I get crits, and how many times does Zagor use Flare, just because Flare is his main attack that I can't just fully recover from in one turn. I also supposed, another question, does Zagor crit me, because then that'll kill people, and I'll have to use elixirs to revive them. Oh, there'll be, I mean, it's probably possible on paper for to get through the entire fight without Zagor defending, but I've never actually seen that. And I'd be honestly pretty sad if that happened here too. If we were deprived of seeing Zagor's true form. Hey, there we go. All right. Now it's officially a fight. Zagor getting mouthy. Oh, he didn't yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of failsafe where if Zagor never defends past a certain like health pool or something, then he gets mouthy anyway. But yeah, typically Zagor will get mouthy the first time he defends. On Talon kill. I'm not tracking his health at all, so I'm not going to try to force it or anything. All right, GG. 303. 3 Final Fantasy Legend games in barely over 6 hours. Ah, that feels good. So GG's everybody. That was a fun way to spend the day, that's for sure. Got one quick order of business to take care of too. make my own pledge donation of $10 per meat drop. Thanks, Crow. All right, and with that, all mostly writes itself. Saul doesn't survive, but he uses the last of his strength to send us back to our own world and stop the water entity. Yeah, what is the donation total anyway? Over 2,229. Oh man, folks are making me so proud. I had no idea what to set the target to. I just figured even getting around like 500 or so, including my own donation based on the meat drops, would be a nice total. But geez, thanks everybody so much. Also thanks to Wistacular, Austin, Keishura, and everybody else that modded the chat too. But if anyone didn't notice too, I had a lot more viewers than typical too, because I applied to be on the Twitch front page for this special stream and got approved for it. And nice that even with a larger audience than usual, still had the fun, chill vibes that I strive to provide my stream. So yeah, I guess we'll definitely be watching the rest of the ending, of course. But if anybody's going to take off, definitely appreciate you stopping by. Happy belated Thanksgiving if you're in the United States. I typically stream on Sundays, usually starting a little later, usually starting around like 6 to 7 p.m. U.S. Central Time. And the main thing I'm running right now is this game. Actually, I've been running all three of these games off and on this year and gotten times that I'm pretty happy with for now, at least in the first two games. And I'm trying to get a faster time at this game, which is proving pretty difficult, but still having fun along the way. So yeah, I should be back at doing more serious runs of Final Fantasy Legend 3 next weekend. And yeah, I guess also if you're new here, I've done quite a few. I've been speedrunning classic RPGs for a very long time, actually coming up on 14 years at this point. It was in early 2011 that I first started. And if you want to see any of the other runs of games I've done, like I've done a lot of runs of Chrono Trigger, with the Final Fantasy games like 4, 5, and 6. I did a lot of runs of Lufia 2 past few years too. I've got a spreadsheet there that has all of my fastest times at every game I've run, along with runs that I've done for live charity events like Games Done Quick and RPG Limit Break. Yeah, love back to you too, Ryu, by the way. Hope you're doing well, sir. Yeah, I do, and I do Soul Blazer every spring too. Usually sometime between March and May, I like to do a couple runs of Soul Blazer in honor of a friend that used to run the game and passed away long before his time, back in 2016. Cardinal rule: blame all the ever hates. And just with how amazingly successful this stream was too, I'll definitely consider doing this again. Not really soon, but maybe I could kind of see this becoming like an annual tradition for Thanksgiving, if not doing Final Fantasy Legend Trilogy specifically, doing some kind of charity stream over Thanksgiving. With just some kind of theme, depending on what I've been speedrunning that year. I know, yeah. I mean, it doesn't feel like it's been that long, but yeah, it was in spring of 2016 that he passed. Yeah, if I do this again, I definitely want to try to get sub 6. But we'll worry about that later. This is doing trilogy runs is definitely not something I ever see myself wanting to like try to seriously grind out fast times on. I mean, it's fun, but if I'm gonna be trying to grind a fast time, it's gonna be in one game at a time, not in multiples. But it works out kind of nicely though that doing runs of all 3 of these games is it's on the long side, but it's not. It's still short enough to fit into a afternoon/evening. Yeah, yeah. Just whip up another time machine. We've gone through I think 3 already, just because we had whatever the unnamed time machine that sent the 3 kids back from the future to train with the Elder of Dharm at the beginning of the game was. Then we have the Talon, and then we have the Talon 2. I do like running time travel games, yeah, because I've done a lot of runs of Chrono Trigger. Yeah, enjoy tasty yummies. I will be doing the same after I go offline. Did I ever run OOT? I've actually never run any Zelda games. If I ever did run a Zelda game, it would be Link's Awakening, the original Game Boy version. That's my favorite Zelda game, and it's a pretty cool speedrun. Sometime soon, I'll also get this stream highlighted and throw it on my YouTube channel too, if anybody missed anything. See again, or missed the whole thing. Thanks, Tigerian. Yeah, one last big thanks to everybody that watched and donated, or I mean, just watched too. I mean, it was definitely a fun afternoon/evening. But yeah, just smashing the goal for my first solo charity stream was certainly humbling experience too. Let me check again. We made $2,229 out of the initial goal of 750 that I set. That's with my personal contribution of $10 per meat drop too, which somebody else matched a bit ago too. BD Jeffy P. Wedge and Nemesis 678 also did $1 per meat drop. Also good. I like how this game ends, but just how it began too, with grinding in the new combat simulator. Only I guess we're grinding on the gods of Pure Land instead of on. Oh yeah, thanks to Ted, by the way. There, I believe is Ted Woolsey, because I believe this game was his very first translation project for SquareSoft. Alright, well that is going to do it for today. Like I said, should be back next... oh, thanks Diana. Thanks for the donation to produce a nice round number. Should be back to kind of the usual next weekend with some runs of Final Fantasy Legend 3. I think I'm at the point too where I'm gonna have to start resetting a little more liberally for bad starts too. If I actually want to actually push towards a PB. Daytime, well, hopefully, I mean, I know at the beginning of the year I made it a goal to try to do roughly one daytime stream a month, and then I kind of fell off of that. But definitely be nice to try to resuscitate that. Like back when I was running Lufia 2, I tried a lot harder too, just because I know Lufia 2 has a lot of fans in Europe.